Thank you very much, Tim. Good reminder. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for attending today. Really nice to see you at the West of England Combined Authority meeting today. So, look, I'm Dan Norris and I'm chairing this meeting today, and I'd like to introduce my colleagues from the Combined Authority. To my right is Councillor Kevin Guy. Welcome, Kevin. Nice to see you. Mayor Marvin Rees. Hello, Marvin. Nice to see you too, of course. And Councillor Claire Young. Great to see you too. Bath and North East Somerset, Bristol City and South Gloucestershire Councils respectively, if I can speak properly. And also in attendance today, to my left, is Richard Bonner from the Local Enterprise Partnership, who is a non-voting member of the committee, so that people understand what's going on there. And we'll hear from Richard shortly, I hope. And then we also have Councillor Ed Plowden to Richard's left from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I think it's your first meeting. Am I right in saying that? Well, welcome, Ed. Thank you very, very much for being here today. Good to see you. And, of course, Jeff Gollop, a good old friend of mine who's been on many of these meetings, Councillor Jeff Gollop, who is from the Audit Committee and does an important job for us there as well. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Is Mike Bell here? Mike, can I stand up, Mike? Because I'm going to call you to speak. Mike is the leader of North Somerset Council. He's going to be speaking in some items later on, but I wanted to be fair to Mike and just introduce him before people think, who on earth is that person speaking? So we'll sort that out when we get to the relevant items, Mike, and obviously indicate, please, if you could. All right, let's move to the next item. Item 2 then, apologies for absent. Have we received any apologies? Presumably not. No? Okay, let's move to the next item then, please. That's declarations of interest. There's a noise going on. Do we know what that is? Jill, don't feel embarrassed in any way. You just carry on like normal. Very elegantly dealt with, thank you. Okay, so next item 3, declarations of interest. Do members have any declarations of interest, please? No. Richard, yes.
Yeah, just to confirm, as usual, my register of interest is up to date. The company I work for do provide services to the West of England Combined Authority. I have an ethical wall and I'm not involved in any of those activities. Personally, I'm here on behalf of the business board of the LEP.
Great, thank you very much, Richard. It's always helpful that that's made clear. Appreciate that. Okay, the next item is item 4. There are 2 sets of minutes to agree today. This is the annual general meeting and also the minutes of the ordinary meeting, which were both held on the 16th of June of this year. Do committee members agree these are a true and correct record of those meetings, please? I can see nods. Thanks, Marvin, as well. Great. Can I sign those as a correct record, please? Thank you very much indeed. Okay. I have nothing to say as a chair's announcement today. I'm sure there'll be lots to say later. Item 6, items from the public, petitions, statements and questions. So there were 36 questions received from 22 individuals for this meeting. The responses to these questions have been circulated. And in addition, 32 statements were received. These have been circulated and published on the Combined Authorities website. Some members of the public are in attendance today, as we can see, and can address the committee for up to 3 minutes each on the topic of their statements. And I've got a whole list of people who've given prior notice, plus a sort of checklist of those who've attended. So please bear with me, because this is often the bit I get wrong, and I don't want to miss anybody out. So, do we go straight to those now? We do, don't we? Is that right? Yeah, okay. In that case, is Tim Rippington here? Councillor Tim Rippington. Hello, Tim. Good to see you. You all right? I'll turn my mic off and we'll hear from you, and my people will remind me to put mine back on, which is something I often don't do.
Thank you. So I'm here to present a petition on behalf of residents in Brislington and St Anne's. The petition was only raised just over 2 weeks ago, already has nearly 400 signatures. The detail of the petition has been published, as you say, so I'll just go to my statement on that. The strategic outline business case for St Anne's railway station, which was prepared for Bristol City Council with input from the Combined Authority, was submitted in December 2021, and it had the following to say about bus services and demand in St Anne's. St Anne's is currently poorly served by public transport, despite its large population of approximately 12,000. Despite its relative proximity to Bristol city centre, a high proportion of St Anne's and Brislington residents drive frequently, especially for commuting purposes. Data collected from the 2011 census indicates the strong bias for driving to work shown across the Brislington East ward, and there appears to be a significant opportunity for increased public transport usage across the area if appropriate and efficient options are implemented. The report concluded the current over-reliance on car-based travel within Brislington and St Anne's in particular is clear and, alongside issues of inaccessible rail and infrequent bus provision, indicates a strong need for improved public transport if wider city and region-wide issues are to be dealt with. But despite this, the St Anne's and wider Brislington area has seen a significant degradation of its bus service since 2021. The 36 service, which at one time linked Hengrove, Knowle, Brislington West and Brislington East, has been truncated to run only from the city centre to St Anne's, and this has cut off many people from doctor's surgeries, library, shops and schools. In addition, the 513 service, previously a lifeline for many older residents wishing to travel from Brislington to the local Tesco and Broadwalk shopping centre, has been withdrawn altogether. This petition therefore calls on the Combined Authority to use bus service improvement plan money and other money available to restore the lost portions of the 36 service and to innovate with a new number 1A service to bring bus travel back to areas of Brislington and St Anne's which had been cut off entirely from public transport. Okay, these are both commercial services with the potential to continue running once subsidies run out. The current WECA consultation on the A4 corridor talks about getting people out of their cars and onto buses, but until such time as those buses exist, this is simply not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate that. Okay, I think Bernice McKendrick is going to speak on behalf of Lynn Hunt. Is that right? Bernice? Yeah, okay, thank you. So just take your time. Don't worry about the 3 minutes. We won't call that. You just say what you need to say, okay?
Right, we would like to bring to your attention that the number 23 bus was taken out of service along Ashton Drive on the 2nd of April. We, the people of Ashton Bell, would like someone in authority to come to Langley Crescent and walk the length of Ashton Drive to Sainsbury's and also to the 24 bus stop and walk back with shopping in all kinds of weather. We also know that local authorities have a statutory duty to consider whether to tender services where a commercial service is removed and it is a service which is deemed to be socially necessary. Examples of socially necessary would be to avoid isolation, schools, jobs, training. While you have decided to remove our bus, there are many people, young, old, the elderly, the disabled, that have not been able to live their normal lives. My husband is just one of many, is in a wheelchair. He has not been out since the 2nd of April, apart from hospitals where we have to get taxis. We have a couple that live in Ashton Drive that have dementia and Alzheimer's. They used to get on the bus, they could carry on with normal lives despite the conditions. They have now been mentally and physically impeded about this. You should come along and see these people and see what you have done to them. I do not know what authority you have to do this to a whole community down in Ashton Bell. We are literally desperate. We have written to you, we have emailed you, and we have got no response. Not only you yourself, to other councillors, again, no one response. Everybody is just passing the buck. We ourselves have found companies that are quite willing to provide a service, but you won't do it. Apparently, you have no funding, but we know you have funding because you have been given extra funding. You have provided funding for a Westlink bus, which I think is between about £3 million. Pro forma, a bus service as saying they would run a bus service for £90,000. So, you are providing Westlink, which is £3 million, which hasn't worked, and a bus service for a birthday bus. A birthday bus when you are leaving people isolated in their day-to-day lives. But we can get a bus, but we can't even get a birthday bus. And personally, I think you ought to hang your head in shame for what you have done to our community.
So thank you very much, Bernice. Appreciate what you said. I appreciate the passion that you're saying it with and the sincerity that you're saying it with too. And we obviously need to have a chat. And I don't know why you haven't had a reply from me yet. We'll look into it and check it out, okay? Right. Now, the next person I think is Jane Keynes. Is Jane around? Jane. Hello, nice to see you again. It's either seeing you in person or on TV.
Yes.
Jane.
Well, I'm not going to beat about the bush. I'm going to speak. I'm proper broad Bristolian, and it's coming across like that, and I don't give a damn. But I give a damn about our feeling at Ashton Drive. I've asked you if you would walk the walk on August the 31st at your meeting. To walk from the Robins to ours. Have you done that yet? Nobody's taking not a bit of notice of us. We got people who can't go to work because they're paying £50 a week for taxes to get to work. She is now actually home with high blood pressure. It's actually killing us. You lot need to get your bloody heads together and sort us out, because we're going to band together and we're going to take this further. I'm going to let people see how we've been treated. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Jane. Okay, the next person, I think David Redgwell is speaking today. Hello, David, for Rosa Kell. David.
Oh, no, Rosa's here.
Oh, right. Is Rosa, are you happy to speak? I don't want to put you on the spot, because that's what it says here. So we've obviously got some cross wires there, but you're here, Rosa, and that's fantastic. So
thank you.
We're listening to you now.
I think David has got himself on my speech, because we've jointly represented the Somerset Catch the Bus campaign. But to clarify matters, I am slightly out of your region, in the sense that I'm across the border in Somerset itself. I'm asking you, would you please, with your influence over North Somerset, and hopefully invite Mr. Mr. Bell, which I'll speak to later. Yes, exactly. And him and Mr. Michael Rigby of Somerset Unitary Authority, would you please get the 126 Wells to Weston-super-Mare working? Like the previous people have said, there is a whole generation in that conurbation, that Cheddar Valley area, which has been unable to get to Weston-super-Mare for just over a year now. I have got so many parents saying my child can't go to college. And of course, the vice versa, they can't get to Wells to be able to go via Bath or to Bristol. That was my first point, and thank you for listening. Please, whatever influence you've got over those two counties, let's get this 126 back in place before Christmas, if possible. It was promised for October, but nothing has happened.
Okay, well, thank you, Rosa. And have you finished, Rosa?
I finished on that question.
Okay,
I have got a second question, if you don't mind. I'd like to say, would you, as West of England Combined Authority and North Somerset, have a look at the zebra? What have you discussion have you had with Somerset regarding the zebra and the electrification and hydrogen of buses? Also, what conversation have you had with First Bus, South Bus? It is off-putting, but I was okay. Yeah, I was okay. Yes, I'm happy to carry on. Thank you. Basically, what the discussions have been held with the Chew Valley, Cheddar Valley, and Weston-super-Mare and Bridgewater for electrification and hydrogen fuel for buses, obviously, as part of your Zebra project. And also what sort of discussion is being held with First Bus, South Bus, and the Big Lemon and other people in the area. I, of course, also speak for Somerset Bus Partnership as well as Catch the campaign, and we're environmentally conscious of what's going to happen along the corridor. Thank you. I've finished.
Hold on a minute, David. Thank you very much, Rowan. Really appreciate what you've said and persevering through that noise. And you made your very clear points. And Mike Bell also heard them as well. So we're listening carefully, and we'll have a chat, no doubt, when I next see him properly about that and among other things. Okay, thank you. David.
Yes. So, as everybody knows, I've got the poison chalice, I think. I'm the pasture representative on your advisory panel. So I've got to make the point about buses. And the issue we've got is the BSIP money we did have initially was very prescribed. It was prescribed for mainline buses. It wasn't prescribed for supported services. And we had the Secretary of State change the instruction, but we spent most of the money. And so now we have to look at what we've got left in the budget to pick up the supported services along with the councils. And we have Ashton Vale, Cheddar Valley with North Somerset. We have Oldbury Court. We've got Brislington. We've got Stapleton. We've got vast areas of the Summer Valley down to Tunley. We've got areas around Poulton, Radstock, Midsummer Norton, right across the sub-region without bus services. What we've got to do is an exercise to work out how we're going to spend what money we've got. Now, there is some hope because we do need to reroute some of these buses. I can reroute, and I say to the Chief Executive, we can find a way to get Ashton Vale sorted out with the 505 going in. There's an answer there. It's not easy for everywhere. So we've really got to have a proper dive at this piece of work. I think you're going to need back in January to see where we're going to go. I spent 2 hours yesterday on it for you, and we are still struggling. God, I looked at everything, and we need more money to the four leaders, including Mike Bell behind me, to make this work. And we need to push Mark Hopper, really, as well, because buses are very important in the sub-region, extremely important. And we did not get extra cash, and some people did. And we need to understand that. Somerset, Gloucestershire, Wiltshire got money. Some people got top-ups. Some of the other combined authorities, we didn't. And we need to understand why we didn't get that. And I still want to understand that issue. So we really got to work on this. We need to work with communities. What I'm asked, Dan, is can the officers go out to some of these hard-to-reach communities because they can't get to you for some of the big conversations. They ring me up in hospital and say, can you get Pete Dan to come and see us? Or the chief exec to go out and see them. So perhaps we can arrange some of that. Can we have a Zoom meeting as well so people like Jackie and the people across the area can also join on Zoom for passengers with yourself, Dan? Because it's a big rural area, Weka. It's not just Bristol and Bath. And we need to cover all the rural, Sharfield and up to the rural areas. So that's my recommendations on that. On rail, I'm trying to find out what's really going on, but I understand the extra money from HS2, not that I want to see HS2 cancelled, but is now going to go on Metro West, and we need to work through that process, I think. So it might go on disabled access stations, it might go on the Taunton line. That's some of the discussion it might happen. Okay. And on light rail, can we just please get on and start some studies and find out how we're going to go forward and make sure we got a case for the government and a BCR that works. So that's what we need to do today. Happy to work with everybody on buses, by the way. You all know where I am. You just grab me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now I just want to check. The next person I've got on my list is Tina Wilshire. Tina? Is Tina here? Hello. Nice to see you. Okay, Tina, when the microphone comes to you, you take as long as you like. We'll bear with you and tell us what you want to say. All right, that's okay then.
Okay, I'm here to talk about the Westlink service, which was brought in to replace the reliable and useful Community 512 bus for Bedminster and Windmill Hill. The new service is erratic, illogical, frustrating, and because of this, the buses are very often empty. More often than not, an empty bus will be sent from Keynsham or Chew Magna to Bedminster to do a very short trip up to Windmill Hill, which is where I live. This is a ridiculous waste of fuel, and it's harming the environment, which you're trying to save. Even if you're on a bus stop and going to the same destination as another passenger, but you've booked at a different time, you're not allowed to board the bus. This is ludicrous. There's no flexibility. You can book a bus from Bedminster to Chew Magna, but not to Clifton, where my hospital is, or from Bedminster to Keynsham, but I can't get to Broadmead. Why? Ludicrous. All of these are classed as out of zone. Sorry, don't understand. Bedminster Parade and East Street has only got one sat-nav reference, by the way, and so it's a lottery as to which side of the road you stand. If you're on the wrong side of the road, the driver won't wait for you.
Did you say East Street?
Yeah, and Bedminster Parade, which is the bit at the bottom. Drivers have got very little or no local knowledge, and so become seriously frustrated at the narrow streets. The extremely confusing stay right signs on Hereford Street, where you have this massive building experiment, appears to cut off access to Windmill Hill. So drivers completely miss the turning, which means getting home via St John's Lane. More fuel, more stress, ridiculous. And booking, well, another lottery, pretty impossible to get a bus between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. They don't seem to run. Buses often redirected at very short notice and just don't arrive. Or in the estimated time of arrivals can't be trusted, just, you know. In short, the system you've introduced to replace my very beloved 512 bus seems fundamentally flawed. It's not serving the community on Windmill Hill. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Tina. I've been making some notes as you've spoken, and my officers will be doing the same, because we constantly review this, and so it's very helpful feedback. It's not good enough, and it does need to get better for sure. Okay, I've got Robbie Bentley down. Robbie, I've seen Robbie because Robbie came and saw me when I arrived. Robbie, you're next, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, committee. I am very deeply concerned about everything we're hearing in the room here today, everything that I myself have witnessed, been a victim of, and heard from other people. We have a terribly bad situation that could have been avoided if somebody had taken the lead in a political manner and made the appointment for an equalities officer. The shifting goalposts of central government are as predictable in the abject mess, frankly, that we have, which is calling itself and masquerading as a central government organisation, but which seems little more organised than a bunch of idiots, to be honest. And I do very strongly feel that a lot of the mistakes that have evidently been made by this administration could have been avoided if the decision had been taken earlier in this administration to appoint a permanent equalities officer. This is an abject failing, and it is a legal duty of this and all other local and combined authorities in this country. And I also do not understand why we are allowing this to continue with all of the abundance of evidence that we're witnessing here, and which quite frankly is unsustainable. We need to get this right, okay? We are making ourselves the laughing stock of this country in terms of public transport, and yet you expect us to actually keep our patience and keep our keep our presence to a minimal manner in the public transport domain when we are victims of a scandal. Okay, we need to get this sorted. And I don't care how you raise the funds. In the cabinet meeting just yesterday evening, we saw very, very welcome decision made by Councillor Young and her colleagues on South Gloucestershire Council to introduce car parking charges, which I warmly appreciate and which I do believe could quite possibly be used to hypothecate a number of essential services is to communities like Stapleton, like Bromley Heath, like Downend, and to all the communities that have been cut off since the cuts that took place back in April. We need to get this sorted, and we need to try to work together to actually get the best of a very bad situation resolved in as short a time as possible. You are affecting people's lives, and you have no right to dictate what kind of life that people like myself and these people here today who have spoken with candour should have. We have a right to have our lives, and we have a right to be treated in a reasonable manner. Please do this, and please get an air qualities officer in place as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robbie. Thank you, Robbie. That was a very heartfelt statement. Thank you for that. Okay. Right. The next person I have down, I'm not clear whether Tim Weeks is speaking or whether it's Robert Dixon. Sorry, Robert. Thank you, Robert. You're on.
Thanks. I'm Rob Dixon. I'm the chair of Bristol Rail Campaign, you may know as FOSBRA. Our region needs a transformative rapid transit system if we're to achieve the modal shift that we need. Buses are not transformational. Look at Metro Bus. Slightly better buses going slightly faster. That's all they really are. In contrast, Metro West is true rapid transit, but it bypasses the congestion. Unlike buses, trains and trams are popular and encourage modal shift. There's considerable evidence for this internationally. We all know that Temple Meads is inconveniently placed, and it's difficult to access by road-based public transport. Roads are busy, there's limited space for bus stops, and that means they're sited at an inconvenient distance away from the station. Having tram trains, as they do having in Cardiff, would allow stops in the station itself, freeing space potentially for bus stops, and running where there are already buses. The West of England should really be building on the existing rail network. A tram train system, as being developed in Cardiff, would allow incremental change. A route from, for example, Temple Meads to Bath Road along the former railway line could be the first step of a line from Bristol to Bath and to South Bristol. The Severn Beach line could be extended to the city centre. These are all parts of the proposals, or could be. We're concerned that the proposals to build a road on the former railway through Brislington to Callington Road would mean that that would be far less complex and expensive to construct a rapid transit system on that old railway line than on the A4. The work involved would be ridiculous. And I want to ask you, are we going to settle for an unappealing second-rate rubber-wheeled system, basically buses masquerading as trams, or are we going to build on our existing popular rail system? So I urge the leaders to reject rubber-wheeled inadequacy and go for a rail-based system. We're also asking you to safeguard and use the former railway line for public transport, not as a road, as it will make effective rapid transit much more expensive and harder to achieve. What's needed, really, is the political will. And I hope that's not lacking. You can basically do this if you want to. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate that. Okay, now, is Jackie Head here, please? Jackie. Hello, Jackie. Of course you are. There you are. Take whatever time you need, Jackie.
Thank you. So, as you know, I'm a member of the Chew Valley Sustainable Transport Group, whose key focus is to work collaboratively with Baines and Wecker and with local people in the Chew Valley to identify areas of public transport need and to lobby for improvements to public transport systems in order to effect a transition from cars to public transport. No one can deny that the Westlink service has had a difficult start, with about 80% of the complaints that we're aware of relating to the difficulty in getting a Westlink ride. Our early adopters group, which we set up of over 40 people, who agreed to stress test the Westlink system, showed that of their first 100 attempted journeys, only 62% were successful. I like to remind people that 62% were successful, however, more than half, but clearly 62% is not enough. It's still the case that people can't rely on the service. Unfortunately, they've had several months of having this problem, and therefore their confidence in the Westlink system has reduced, and we've witnessed this in our Facebook group, which has got about 300 people on it. However, I wanted to thank the team managing Westlink, the contract within WECA, particularly Avril England and others who work with her, for her and their clear attempt to raise the standard and a willingness to make use of the evidence-based feedback that we've given them to inform the 3-month review, to feed into the KPGM. Am I getting that right? KPM, you know what I mean, that review, which I've just read just before this meeting. So some of the things on here, actually, I'm delighted that that review has picked up. So I'm really pleased that Westlink is going to go on for longer. I'm really pleased that the number of drivers has increased significantly. The upgrade on the app this Tuesday, if you haven't tried Westlink since this Tuesday, try it. I've travelled 4 times with Westlink this week, including coming here. First time ever managed to do it on public transport. So there are real problems still to solve, but I'm absolutely delighted that that team has listened to our team and the rigorous way that we've tested the system and have improved it significantly just this week with that app upgrade. However, there are, on my report I've put so far so brilliant. It really is brilliant when it works. But I think there are 4 things that I wanted to make a point about. One is that I gather that you're considering smaller zones, and I think you need to really think about that in terms of people in rural areas, because some of the journeys now achievable on Westlink, like me coming here today, would not be achievable if you kept it to a 20-minute journey. It took me 42 minutes today. Better, by far, than the 2 hours, 15 minutes it would have taken me. So, if I did it that way, I'd have to go on 2 fixed route buses as well as the Westlink, tripling the cost for me. So tripling the time and tripling the cost, and I don't think that's acceptable. So I think you need to think about whether there are particular routes that ought to be prioritised. I would argue getting to a hospital appointment should be something that allows you to go outside a small zone, or getting to a democratic meeting in order to speak your voice should be a reason. And I'm sure there are others that you could point to. So the particular areas that perhaps ought to be spokes out of a zone. The second thing I would say is that we wrote to you and we wrote to WECA officers on the 25th of August proposing a spinal route in the Chew Valley, not bringing back the previous service. We don't want that. We want a new, innovative spinal route, and we've proposed it, we've put it out to you. I really hope that you are now properly considering that spinal route, and I'd love to get some feedback on that. Thirdly, and I've just read something that delights me, but I've written here, can you reassure us that you have now come up with a metric that allows you to quantify the social benefit and carbon benefit of any route put out to tender, so that the true cost-benefit analysis of rural buses can be understood rather than just being assessed on a cost delivery basis? So I'm delighted that you're going to get together some sort of assembly of people to help you come up with that. Perfect. Exactly what you should be doing. And fourthly, and this is really important, we were delighted that you came out to the Big Choices buses recently, Dan. It was really good of you to come out to our area. It's much appreciated. However, there were issues with that I think it's important to feed back. One is that there was no official and transparent note-taking process in place, despite it being specifically asked for. And I think that's really key. If you do these meetings in the future, you need to be able to provide a summary for those who attended that shows that you heard what we said. And that wasn't done within this meeting in any methodical way, and there was no feedback. Secondly, I think it would be much better to organise those meetings with community groups such as ours. So the one that you held a year ago, which we organised for you, it meant that people could come straight into the hall, sit down at a table that was there and be given refreshments. When I turned up for this meeting, I couldn't even access the hall, and then we had to put up those tables, and you didn't come with enough cards for us to do the activity. Had we been properly involved in the planning of it, I don't think that would have happened. So, as always, we stand as critical friends, sharing your vision for transforming public transport to enable people to make the transition from car to bus. We're not the enemy, we are your critical friends. And this is not a luxury to make that transition, it is essential if we're going to meet our climate change commitments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Some really interesting and important things that you said there, and thank you for that. Look, we don't see, none of us, me or the other leaders, don't see anybody as our enemy. We know people feel really passionately about all this. There's frustration, there's annoyance. We actually share that. The thing we agree most on is the challenge. We all understand how awful it can be for some people in some communities. We really get that. The difficulty is we've got so much money and it only goes so far. Inflation in the transport business is huge. And so in real terms, we're having to introduce cuts whether we like it or not. So that is the problem. That is the problem. But that kind of feedback is fantastic because it does allow us to hopefully shape a better option list in the future that works for people more effectively. But it will never be perfect, I'm afraid. And I'm sure most reasonable people will understand that. But thank you again. And I'll bear in mind your points about refreshments and access and all the other stuff as well next time. Okay, thank you very much. Right, I've got down next Adam Reynolds. Is Adam here? Adam, thank you very much indeed. Sorry to keep you.
Hi there. I've spent the last 3-4 weeks, months working on the Somer Valley Links consultation as well as the Bath to Bristol A4 thing and trying to get my head around it. So, and the transport infrastructure report that was kind of published as part of this meeting makes very grim reading when it comes to the CRSTS programme of work. It is clear from this report that although the budgets for individual schemes has been kept mostly the same, something known as peanut buttering, there has been a complete evisceration of walking, wheeling and cycling elements within schemes. It is also clear that some schemes are not going to be delivered within the allocated budget. The M32 Sustainable Transport Corridor is already at the legal date limit of what can be delivered. And when you look into the detail of what it actually is, that is detrunking the M32, building a new junction and a 2,000 space car park and ride on a road that handles 25,000 vehicles per hour. That has been delivered in June 2027. It is wholly inappropriate and at a minimum should be moved to the CRSTS2 programme, which has, I believe, briefly announced 800 million allocation for CRSTS2 on Wednesday, which was removed, but thankfully a web archive, the internet never forgets. I would also argue it also falls foul of the SOLAS report, which specifically requests the WECA revisit the project evaluation process. I don't know if that's been done. Shifting the M32 STC scheme to CRSTS2 or just cancelling the ill thought out scheme would provide the necessary funding to deliver good LTM 120 compliant walking, wheeling and cycling infrastructure in the other schemes. Will the chair require that the M32 STC scheme is removed from CRSTS1 due to its high risk, impact on other schemes in this CRSTS1 programme, and in my honest opinion, the failure of WECA to address the project's evaluation issues raised through the SOLAS report? Yeah, the emperor's new clothes comes to mind here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Appreciate that. Okay, now can I just check before we move on, is there anybody who is expecting to speak or who's here who hasn't been called? Sir.
Yes, I'm Councillor David Woodcox reading a statement on behalf of Councillor Emma Edwards and the Bristol Green Group. The Bristol Green Group welcome the report into mass transit for the city. We hope the evaluation of the different options for mass transit finally puts to bed the notion of an underground system, whether in full or in part. The Future for West report shows the astronomical cost of putting the underground sections And for what? To avoid repurposing road space. We share the belief that a mass transit system should be transformed and create modal shift. Other mass transit systems around the country have been so. But the only reason to spend excessive time and money on digging an underground is to avoid taking space away from motorised vehicles. This is not an ambitious or transformative. To be truly transformational, any system designed should not only provide rapid transit but discourage car use. Dramatically reducing car use should be seen as a feature of any mass transit system, not a bug. Improving above-ground mass transit combined with the pedestrianisation of streets, controlled parking and investment in active travel have shown, for example, a 48% reduction in car use in Paris. If we are not trying to reduce car journeys, then we are not taking our commitment to reaching net zero by 2030 seriously. Real ambition is not just be about the scale and complexity of a project, but about making difficult decisions in order to do the right thing. That being said, this report does not go far enough in evaluating the environmental impact of the different options. We want to see the next phase of a feasibility studies dropping the notion of an underground altogether and instead focusing on which of the above ground options is truly the best in achieving net zero in the quickest time possible. We need to look not only at the carbon expenditure of the up and running final product, but the carbon expenditure of building it. We need to look at whether the rubber or steel-wheeled options achieve this better. We need to see how many people the system will serve and to ensure those in areas in deprivation are not neglected. And we need to make sure that any system is integrated with active travel options. There is also a lack of detail about the timelines of these projects. We can make an educated guess at how much longer an underground mass transit would take, especially given the lengthy delays in any road project as in Bristol where digging is featured. For example, the Muller Road Phase 1 project in Bristol. Improvements to less than 1 kilometre of road have gone 6 months over deadline due to issues with underground utility cables and supply chain issues. So we need to see how quickly we can implement an above-ground mass transit system. Should we prioritise rubber or steel wheels to get Bristol moving better? The current Bristol administration has big ambitions when it comes to mass transit and uses this as a reason to cling to the fantasy of an underground. We have had 8 years of empty ambition while achieving very little. Ambition alone does not move people across the city. We need practical solutions that can be implemented now. Bristol has waited long enough. The report shows the vast discrepancy in budget and presumably time constraints between above-ground projects and projects with underground elements. Please can we see some real timescales and put this frustrating debate to bed and get on with the task at hand. What do we want? An above-ground, on-road, low-carbon mass transit system. When do we want it? Now.
Okay, thank you very much, Tim. Okay. Hello, how are you, David? Hello, how are you?
I have a problem because I sent in a statement.
Yeah.
Received a reply. I've just been told we didn't get the statement. So my next question is, why didn't we get the statement? It's transport to Great Britain. If you want to hear from him, Chair.
Well, Gavin, are you happy to speak now? Are you prepared, and do you want a minute to prepare or anything? Because you weren't sure if you were coming on. I'm happy to take you.
Oh, okay. Apparently, I am public already. Okay, just a quickie then. Declaration of interest. I am a Labour Party member, but passive. I'm not Green. And secondly, for 10 years before I retired, I worked in the transport planning and the public transport sections of Bristol City Council. So, and was involved in the very successful, I might say, Bristol First Transport Plan, local transport plan, which is about 2000. Commended by the Department for Transport, ignored since. What I was going to say was it's to do with mass transit. I'm also a member of Transport for Greater Bristol, which is an alliance of campaign groups, a loose alliance. We're not in favour of an underground because it's expensive, therefore will be delayed, is inaccessible insofar as there are very few stations, they're difficult to get to. It's not visible. It's not a sort of public thing that you're going to see as you go around. I'd also point out that Cambridge, which did have such a scheme, has dropped its underground, whereas the places that are getting funding these days are Cardiff and looks like now West Yorkshire. And there, as as Rob mentioned, actually, they're building their schemes on the existing rail network, and they're sort of integrating it together with there's various ways you can do it, but tram trains connecting you to the city centre is one. Bristol's centre is actually tramway centre. That's what it was. That's what it should be. We had trams. I wasn't here then. I've only been here 20 years. There were trams. Bristol expects trams. It's built around trams. It just needs them. The other thing I'd say was, because I've worked in the organisation, I know how it works. And one of the ways it works is that everything is planned in little separate boxes. So you'll have a rapid transit plan, which will make no reference to a rail plan, which will make no reference to traffic management or parking policy. Unless you combine the planning of all these things simultaneously with people talking to each other and having integrated plans, integrated ticketing of public transport, by the way, you won't get a sensible answer. The last time we tried this was we put in a bid. It wasn't me. I was in the public transport section. It was done by a grant-getting section. They managed to get a European grant or some sort of grant for guided bus. We called it Metrobus, and there is a bit of guided bus. It's about 200 yards long. We now call it Metrobus. Completely separate from anything else. Eventually, Metrobus is now being reintegrated into the bus system and has some really good long-distance buses using the M32, which should be demotivated and should have a bus link along it. If we have a proper consultation study, like they would have done in the valleys in Cardiff and in West Yorkshire and Leeds, a proper evaluation by people who know how rapid transit works and operate it, we would have, and then consulted on that, we would have things like a regional planning system with safeguarding the old rail route from Thornbury to Yate, the one from Clevedon to Yatton, pushing forward instead of perpetually delaying the Portishead scheme, doing the Henbury loop. All those things would be in a logical scheme if we were in the valleys or if in West Yorkshire. That needs to be done here, and we've waited too long for proper integrated transport planning. I'll just put in a plug for a workplace parking levy with concessions to, if necessary, health and education workers. If Nottingham can do it, there isn't really a terribly good reason why we can't do it, and it's funding their tram system. Sheffield, where I used to work, has a tram system. Why haven't we? We're a comparable city. That's enough.
Thank you very much indeed. Just out of curiosity, is there anyone here who remembers either the tram network in Bristol or Bath? Because I think it was the Second World War that they stopped. 1947. I think it was during the wartime. Okay, no, so you're not alone, sir. Okay, right. Is there anybody else? I don't think so. Okay, we're going to move on in that case. Thank you very much, everybody, for who's given presentations. Really appreciate that. Some very good statements made. Thank you. Okay, the next item is item 7, comments from the chair of the Local Enterprise Partnership. It's always a highlight of our meeting, waiting for Richard to speak to us. Richard, over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to say thank you to officers and leaders for bringing forward a comprehensive programme today. We've done some detailed notes, but I'm not going to talk to those. I do want to echo some of the reflections on mass transit, and I do that through the lens of the business community. We were very pleased to receive a briefing at the LEP board meeting last week from officers on the updates on mass transit, which also gave us access to the 482-page strategic outline case report, which I have actually read from cover to cover. But Marvin, thank you for sharing your reflections. Dan, I know you weren't able to make it, but it would be nice to hear yours in due course. I think that actually many in the business community are finding it quite difficult to understand where we are. We hear headlines and we hear some of the leaked reports or extracts from reports and various different bits and pieces. So I want to just try and bring our thinking together so we can understand where we are, what needs to be done, and actually the urgency around moving this forwards. We've heard from members of the audience today just how critical...
Richard, it's not personal.
Yes, I know. I do stand up actually, and that's often what happens. So thank you very much for the time. We're pleased to see in the report that the work that the LEP did in 2019, creating the local industrial strategy, is one of the key evidence pieces. It's really important that actually how we create a thriving economy features in the way in which we bring the case forwards. And it's also a really stark reminder that at the moment, congestion across the city costs us indirectly about £300 million a year. And it's really important to understand that without mass transit, the report is quite clear that those costs will very quickly escalate up to £800 million a year. That effectively is an indirect tax on the residents and the businesses across the city. Now, we've heard, not only does the report talk to the various different groups for whom mass transit is critical, we've heard from the audience today why so much of that is so important. Just want to highlight the section around the business community as a need. Actually, the report talks to the big occupiers and the big employers around our enterprise areas and our enterprise zones. It talks about the corporate entities in the shiny buildings in Temple Meads. But the West of England has one of the highest proportions of SME companies. So those are the family businesses, the sole traders, the privately owned companies who strive to make a living, strive to get their goods to market day in, day out, and for whom congestion is causing them real difficulties in the way in which they're able to conduct their business. So it's really critical that we get mass transit moving. Everybody in the room has, as leaders, you've declared a climate emergency. That means that you feel that we're not just prepared to accept the government's legal obligations to get to 2050, that we have got to work with urgency and pace to decarbonise our economy. Now, the report is very clear. 32% of the carbon emissions across the west of England come from transport. It's one of the highest emitting transport networks of any UK city. So if we are serious at delivering a net zero carbon environment, it cannot be done unless we have mass transit. So there's no options about it. It is truly critical. Now, I'm not here today to offer a view one way or the other because I don't believe that the actual report, the proposal in front of members is actually asking them to make a decision one way or the other, actually, on underground or overground. But I do want to highlight in the benefits case some of the things that are being discussed. It is not without a series of significant trade-offs. And I think we ought to just highlight through two examples what that actually means. So if we take the two congested routes out of Bristol up to the Science Park and up to Filton, what we're talking about there is an underground solution that delivers significantly better benefits by a long, long way. That's what the report tells us. It tells us that you get many millions of more passenger journeys on an underground solution to an overground solution. It tells us that we can reduce journey times with an underground solution rather than an overground solution. It tells us that there'll be many fewer cars on the roads with an underground solution than an overground solution. And that means that we deliver less remaining carbon. We actually are able to free more of those roads up for active travel. We leave more room behind for residents. And the opposite is true. So for surface access systems, you'll have fewer people using it. You'll have more cars remaining on the road. And so I think we just need to understand the differences and the benefits. Now, don't get me wrong. Mass transit underground is hellishly expensive. It's many times more expensive, and I'm not naive to that. But I think we also have to recognise that the report tells us that there are other things that are yet to be done, and I'll come on to a couple of those in a minute. Now, moving forwards, we have to work within the orthodoxy of the Treasury's system. We work to the Green Book appraisal model, and we also work to very detailed, specific methodologies defined by the Department for Transport. And what they will want us to do is make sure that we have analysed and assessed all of the benefits and all the impacts very, very thoroughly. And in fact, that's what the officers are recommending and the legal officer is recommending we need to do, and I'll tell you why. I'll give you an example. Mass transit up the Gloucester Road, as we've heard, will cause us to dig up the road for a couple of years as a very minimum while we divert services. If you think about Stokes Croft, Gloucester Road, what that means for roadworks impeding the ability of those traders to have sustainable businesses for 2 or 3 years of disruption, I think there's a very real risk that some of those traders will find that they're not able to sustain their businesses. We are effectively putting a single lane of mass transit up the Gloucester Road. We're doing a single lane of northbound one-way only traffic, and we will be doing roadworks and the adjoining roads to bring the mass transit back in. Now again, we will be expected to deliver an analysis of the cost of those impacts to the businesses and to the residents who will be sitting around there. If we don't do that work, we leave ourselves open to some significant challenges, which I'll come on to in a second. So once we've secured, so people are asking, well, what needs to happen? So once we've secured our outline business case and presented that and agreed it with Treasury, we then start to move forwards, both in terms of assessing how we raise the funds for mass transit, but we also work very closely to obtain the consents. We will need to do detailed Transport Work Act authority orders. Planning committees will be coming to your local authorities for planning meetings. We'll be CPOing some properties. And in each and every one of those forums, when we sit in front of planning inspectors, in front of your members at planning committees or in legal proceedings, we will need to have demonstrated that we have done the most thorough work, because we will be affecting people's livelihoods and they will be very open to legally challenging us, or indeed the committees will feel that the work's not been done sufficiently, that they can bring those forward for approval. And all of those issues cause us delay and additional cost, and that's what I want to avoid the risk of doing. What I don't want us to do is find that we're in a position where actually downstream we are creating problems for ourselves. So I think there's just a few things just to wrap up really. If we don't make a decision today to move forwards with the officer's recommendation, which is option A, if it falls over and we walk out of here, I can imagine that actually we'll be delaying the project by maybe 10 months if we have to wait until there's a new administration in Bristol. At the cost of 1.6 million, which is the cheapest option, it's the option that some colleagues in the room have suggested they would like us to see bringing forwards. The cost implication is that the cost will go up by about £250 million when you add inflation to the current predictions and you compound it to the time in which we deliver the project. So every month of delay, whether it's through getting our consents or not reaching a consensus here, adds many, many millions of pounds to the bill. I think we just need to be clear about that. Now, option A that we're being asked to vote for, is the officer's recommendation. I can't see how that is actually asking us to vote or endorse an underground solution. That is not what I believe the papers are asking us to do. And I don't believe it's asking us to spend any money on design or any works to further an underground situation. As I read the papers, it is merely asking officers to draw down £650,000 to carry on with the detailed analysis that you've already assigned the budget for. It's within the parameters of budgets that you've already agreed in this room. And it is also continuing to undertake the tasks that the committee have asked officers to do. I've looked at option B, and I feel there's real jeopardy in that option, I'm afraid. I think that unless we've got external legal advice, or indeed we've got correspondence with Treasury officials that they would accept that type of reduced option analysis, I think we're in real difficulty in the future of being able to sustain the consents or indeed the Green Book appraisal that we need to close out on. Now, there are many people talking about the issues of what we can and can't afford. We haven't yet actually done the work to determine what funds can be raised. The report talks about all of the different things that we need to do, and we need to get on with those. We need to look at where the housing growth occurs and how we secure the SIL for those who benefit. We need to think about other beneficiaries. So the airport, for instance, will see a very significant reduction in their Scope 3 emissions, which is part of their business case. We could ask the airport to make a contribution because we're supporting the delivery of their ambitions. As Greater Manchester and other places are doing, we need to look at the land value capture. That's all critically important. And I agree, demand management is critical. So the gentleman who talked about Nottingham, let's look at the workplace charging levy solutions. We've already heard how many millions of pounds that delivers. And what other measures, congestion charging and so forth. But also we need to look critically at how we make the case for the financing and funding. Whichever way we go, either underground or overground or a combination, we need to do the critical analysis to work out how the mechanisms work for the operating costs. We need some urgency around what's going on. The business community, those small and medium-sized organisations are really struggling, and mass transit makes a significant, or will make a significant difference for them. I see a lot of people making a lot of noise about this stuff. Not many people actually offer some help. I'm really interested to hear more from people about that. I've got 3 offers and 1 suggestion. I've just spent 3 days in Munich, and we've been with some of the big international investment organisations. One of those organisations have been working with the West Midlands, looking at how they can fund mass transit. They're prepared to do a workshop with us to share their learning and bring their experts into the room. I think that's sensible. I had a very lengthy chat with the Labour leader of Newcastle Council, who 40 years ago built their mass transit with some underground through the critical city centre. He's very willing to introduce us to the chief exec of, or the ex-chief exec of Newcastle Metro. He's got a lifetime of learning, and he recently secured £350 million of private sector funding for their renewal programme, so I think that would be a very sensible thing to do. We met with Professor Greg Clark. Some of us know him. He's an esteemed economist. He also chairs the Connected Cities Catapult. He's prepared to share some of his learning with us. And actually, Dan, I think you were with Andy Burnham in Manchester recently. I don't know whether you met Vernon Everett, his Transport Commissioner. I would recommend that we upskill ourselves within a similar sort of skilled person, somebody who has got experience to go and stand in front of Treasury, experience to stand in front of financiers and funders, can help to keep our officers held to account around the performance of them and their advisors, so we can move forwards at pace. We need to turn this into a mission, and if this was Mount Everest, we've landed in Kathmandu, we've struggled through the foothills, and we're not yet at base camp. We've got a lot to do. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Richard. When you said you had an offer of help, I was hoping it was 650k. I noticed it wasn't that from the business community, sadly. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to move next to the next item, item 8. This is comments from the Authorities Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Ed, you're on. First time, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the welcome, Dan. So overall, it's just worth noting that I've been asked to mention the committee was not actually quorate, being 1 member short. So this feedback has been shared by email with the whole committee, with the opportunity to comment, and tweaks have been made as a result. I think we have, on the transformation programme, which is the overall way that this operates, we have concerns about that agenda. It appears to be progressing at officer level, but we're still not seeing significant progress on the 2 key statutory recommendations. For example, the need for 3 options for a decision about how to proceed on Future West in today's paperwork on the mass transit programme is maybe a very good example of that. We remain seriously concerned about the slow progress of transformation at political level and the resulting overall risks to the fundamental purpose of the combined authority. At the start of September, WECA staff informed us that there were some procedural, low-hanging improvements that should and could easily be made to the Constitution to improve clarity. We are concerned that these have not been progressed, and it appears to be evidence of the ongoing and urgent need to build trust between the authorities. On the capital programme, we see a great deal of slippage across the capital programme, which may be a sign of more rigour into the programmes, and we welcome the capacity building amongst officers. However, there are some time-limited programmes like CRSTS, which appear to be at considerable risk despite the rebaselining, and in which there are still some high-risk items. On transparency, it's a recurring theme through really every time we meet about the high level of delegations to officers, often moving millions of pounds under delegated authority. And there's really a risk of transparency and proper oversight of these decisions. The bus service improvement programme is one good example of this, with very significant financial movement within the programme entirely delegated to officers. Having said that, we do very much look forward to a rapid review of Westlink, and I was particularly pleased to hear actually from Jackie Head that officers are listening to feedback and acting on evidence, so that's really good. It's cheered me up today. On the ambition, we're very concerned that some of the inherent assumptions of some of the transport programmes are based on a relatively constant level of car use. That's also a feature of the public feedback. In order to meet our carbon objectives, we should fundamentally assume that they will be reducing rather than simply displacing overall traffic. And really on a related note, we note that there are attempts to capture methods for carbon accounting of all projects and embed it in all decision-making across the authority. And we'd like, alongside the sort of financial accounting methods, and progress on this front is urgently needed for mass transit appraisals and across the board, including the effect of embedded carbon. In the public forum today, and at each of the scrutiny and audit meetings I've attended, we've heard some very many difficult stories of the impact of the current withdrawal of so many bus services is having on the public. Although it's not part of the paperwork for this committee, one of the public statements that we've heard recently coming out from your office, Dan, is that there's going to be work done to bring forward a report on franchising. And I think it's that this was welcomed by in the public statements we've heard at Scrutiny, but one of them hoped that this represents genuine progress on the journey to franchising, and I quote, not just way of keeping us, the campaigners, at bay. And I think it's important that we should all keep our eye on the ball and that ambitious future plans do not distract us from the immediate problems faced by many of our communities with the inadequacy of the bus service. Lastly, on a positive note, I think we're all grateful for the additional capacity being put into the Scrutiny work programme with 3 additional meetings a year. And we will be considering and would want to work with unitary authorities how to make Scrutiny effective and joined up across all 4 authorities, so the 3 unitaries and the combined authority across the west of England. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Ed, and apologies again. I know I've spoken to you on a couple of occasions when I haven't been able to make the Scrutiny Overview Committee. Normally I do attend, as you know, from previous history. It just hasn't been possible, and the last time a tooth breaking was the issue. So, you know, these things happen. But I look forward to seeing you all in due course. Okay, thank you very much for that, Ed. Right, we come on now to item 9, which is comments from the Authorities Audit Committee, and Councillor Jeff Gaunt is going to speak to us. Jeff, welcome.
Thank you, Dan. And although I've been coming to these meetings for years, this is the first time I've actually appeared on the agenda, so rather than having to put in a public forum statement. So can I just say I welcome that improvement, because you might want to by the end of my comments, but I think it's important that we look after the governance aspect, but we do it on your behalf, and it's actually really important that that can.
As well, aren't you? You get money for your duties.
A modest amount, yes. So you'll not be surprised that actually I go to the very end of your agenda to item 19, the Audit Committee Annual Report. And that summarises all that we've done over the course of the year. But our initial comments related to the auditor's value for money report and our concern that the initial response of the combined authority did not recognise the seriousness of the situation. That has now improved, but it nevertheless was worthy of comment at that point. The annual report outlines the significant work we've done over the course of the year. Second paragraph from in the last section sums up why we believe the role of audit committee is important. And I'm just going to quote it because I think it's very relevant still. In an authority with only one directly elected member, the need for openness, transparency and good governance is even more critical than it is in a traditional local authority. The need for cooperation and joint working is fundamental to the authority's existence, and the Audit Committee has a responsibility to ensure the best possible standards of governance are in place. And I emphasise that. Audit Committee very much welcome the fact that the last couple of committee meetings have finished without interruption. So that's really positive. But it's not enough for the committee not to be falling out. It's actually that the committee has to be really working together and be seen to be working together. Really important that that happens. Item 16 on your agenda is the transformation update. And we reviewed this at our meeting on the 18th of September. Ed's already commented. We welcome the work that's been done and the positive attitude to embracing change, particularly from the new cohort of interim senior managers within the authority who now want to engage with us in our roles as well as with the authorities that make up WACA. So that is really, really positive. But we did comment that within the report, the word ongoing or similar such words was used in describing progress. And there were very, very few firm target dates. In future iterations, we expect to see actions being made date specific. They must be realistic in stretching targets. Now, we're reasonable. We don't expect they're all going to be achieved, but we've got to be setting them, not leaving them in vague terminology so that every time we get a report, it's still complying with everything. So really important that we get that bit right. We also noted that many aspects of the transformation plan are interdependent on other actions within the plan. And that's leading to potential delays in implementation. And we question whether the combined authority had the available resources to deliver all the changes that were needed in a timely fashion. We would like to see specific timelines used to identify potential bottlenecks, because we believe we all have a collective interest in resolving this. And prime example, and I know Dan is working on this now, but the Constitution, there are so many issues and challenges with the Constitution. We have to have the resource to deliver the improvement that's needed. I very much feel, and this is a personal view, but I think my committee share that view, that the transformation programme needs ownership and endorsement from the political leaders who make up the committee. I'm sure you will show that today, but it's very important for the WACA officers to know that that support is coming from everybody who makes up the authority. We note the progress report on the climate and ecological strategy is also on your agenda at item 12. Now, at our September meeting, we reviewed the climate risk register as part of our continuous risk review. Members felt that the register identified those risks that the combined authority could directly influence, and that those needed more attention, if you like, and should also ensure that the risks and mitigations were worded in a way that residents could identify with. And I put that to all members of the committee. Actually look at those risks and wordings and actually think, is it relevant? Do we each understand it? Is it there in a language our residents will identify with? I don't think my residents, looking at that register, they might agree with the sentiments. I'm not convinced that they would follow all the commentary. And so I really do ask that you as a committee look at the risk registers and express those comments to your officers, because it is important that we get that bit right. Questions were asked about engagement initiatives with residents. More information was needed in terms of dates and actions and mitigations. Concern was expressed about carbon emissions arising from the authority's website. It may not be that massive in the scheme of things, but it was a concern, and we're asking that that should be reviewed. Members also noted a pressing need for carbon accounting, possibly with a shared approach between the combined authority and its constituent members. But carbon budgeting should be a key part of any capital programme prioritisation process. Now, it's possible that, being a Bristol councillor, I've spent too much time in the presence of Green colleagues, but actually how we can be prioritising capital programmes if we don't have a carbon budget, I have to say, is now beyond me, because we all acknowledge that the carbon emissions is a key part of the decision making that we need to be undertaking. So I see that as a very, very major issue. We've asked for an updated risk register to be brought back to us at a briefing session early in the new year, in the hope that it will have captured the comments we've made. Audit Committee will continue to look at different risk registers at each meeting, but ultimately the committee needs to endorse the risks and the mitigations. I'm going to end with a few general points, if I may. The first one is the forward plan. Audit Committee is working on establishing a forward plan that identifies the areas we'll be working on, meeting by meeting, looking forward 18 months, not least so that we can give officers the chance to plan ahead for what we will be needing. Ideally, we would use a similar forward plan from the combined authority. Now, I was disappointed when I was preparing this statement, going on the website and searching forward plan, and nothing came up. And I just put this in context because for you as leaders, that forward plan is just as essential. And so it's not something that Scrutiny and Audit are asking for just to be difficult. We're actually asking for it because you cannot run an organisation like this without having a forward plan. And if you've got one, please, can you share it with us? I know Marvin's heard that point made before, and I also understand the challenges that any authority has in preparing it. So I'm, again, not trying to be unreasonable, not to hold you to and lambast you when it doesn't quite materialise. But in order for Scrutiny and Audit to look at the governance processes, we need to know what is happening. I wanted to mention Scrutiny because it is important that Audit and Scrutiny continue to work together to maximise the backbench input into the combined authority. That's where the 12-month forward plan, or 12-month plus forward plan, becomes really important. The final thing I really wanted to mention was delivery. Audit Committee has expressed concern about the importance of delivery of projects on time and on budget with outcomes at or above expectations. Having done well at securing funding, it's vital that the organisation proves it can deliver if it is to secure future funding. And taking Richard's point, actually, if we take too long to implement so that inflation eats the funding, we've got less project than we should have had for the money that was granted. But if I can just expand on delivery a moment, and this is, I know is a view Audit Committee would hold, but it really only came to me listening to Public Forum this morning, that delivery actually matters in terms of service issues, and public transport and bus services is absolutely fundamental. And if we look at the reputational damage to the authority, which Dan, you have the same interest as Audit Committee have in preserving and protecting, then the bus service delivery is absolutely fundamental. So I am coming to an end now. The final point I do want to make is the need for the political leadership from the committee of sharing thoughts, working together, speaking as one as much as possible. It's never going to be possible all the time, I understand that. But speaking as one, conveying that both to your officer team, but also to to councillors across the three authorities and to our residents. That is becoming more and more necessary as you, on our behalf, deal with these increasingly growing problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate that. I've particularly made a note about timelines and risk register language. So thank you for that. Thank you to all, Richard, Ed, and yourself, for what you do, not just now, but in the past. It's very important to the committee that we get your inputs. We don't always like them, but that doesn't mean that they're not important, because they are. So thank you very much. Okay, right. We're now moving on to item 10, which is the investment fund programme. So I would like to move the three recommendations as set out in the report. Are there any seconders today, please? Thank you, Kevin. Would you like to speak now or later, Kevin?
I'll speak now, thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's an important point I'd just like to raise, and it's around the governance that's been mentioned already. We're very concerned about the delegation wording used throughout the paper that does not explicitly set out the decision should be escalated to the committee if a consensus is not reached amongst CEOs. We have shared the proposal for amended standard delegation wording with the WECA CEO and monitoring officer. We recognise that there is needs for consideration along the review of the Constitution, which is in item 16. However, as unitary leaders, we don't want to disrupt the proper activity of the committee and delivery of its important programmes moving forward. Therefore, we are content to continue with the use of the existing wording and support the recommendations in this item. But I wanted to make this very, very strong point for the record that all delegations should revert back to this committee if no agreement is reached between directors and the CEOs. Can I confirm that that is the case?
As far as I'm concerned, absolutely. But Richard, do you want to comment on that at all?
So I'm trying to understand what's been said. Apologies, Councillor Guy, really. So I think you said you're content with the delegations as they stand, but then you said, read out the statement and then said, as far as, is that the case? I'm just trying to say you're content with the delegations as they stand. So in other words, that the key points to me are really important are about making sure that we're able to push on with delivery, making sure that we work collectively well together. And I think we have, as a group of officers, I think made some significant strides in the right direction in respect of that. The other key point for me is around accountability. The statutory accountabilities that I am held to, that my statutory officers are held to as well, cannot be delegated away. We are accountable. That accountability sits with us as individuals when the committee gives us the delegations to work within. That accountability can't be shared with other statutory officers in the organisation, such as the constituency authority. So the fact that the delegations are given to myself and to the statutory officers here is something which we obviously treat incredibly seriously, and it helps us push on with the delivery. That doesn't mean that I have to exercise the delegation. So if I felt particularly uncomfortable about something and that we couldn't get that agreement, then I wouldn't bring it back here. But it's really important from a delivery perspective that I'm able to push ahead with it. What you can't have is very good officers, but outside of the direct employment or direct authority of this organisation, that's a body in its own right, being able to fetter the discretion and the decisions that I'm trying to make. So and that is why the delegations that were worded as they have been. So what we've been able to do through the Directors of Infrastructures groups is get agreement. We haven't had one where we've had to take it back to CEOs as yet. I know that there was one in the past, I believe, but certainly not in my tenure here have we had to do that and revert back to committee. For me, to try and revert some of these delegations back would feel like a backward step to me, but ultimately it's the committee's view and the committee's vote that decides how those delegations work.
Kevin. Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the clarification. It's this specific item that I'm referring to, and I'm content with the current wording, but I'm also trying to stress the point that when we're looking at the structure of the Constitution, that some formal wording should be put in there if WECA officers and unitary officers at a management level can't agree on a specific item, it gets escalated to yourself and the CEOs, and you guys still can't agree, then if you feel as CEOs and the Chief Executive that you can't manage that, it should be written somewhere that it should come back to us. That is currently missing, and that's what we'd like to go in at a future point. But I'm happy for business as usual to continue on that premise.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin. Claire.
Yes, I agree with Kevin. We need to go through these constitutional changes to pick up this through the governance review, because ultimately the accountability is with us as a committee, and we need to remember that. I support the award of an additional £50,000 to undertake further community consultation and engagement regarding the Groves End Road Glingstall corridor outline business case. it's really important that the local community are given the opportunity to properly shape the development of this important scheme that has the potential to provide a safe and direct walking, wheeling and cycling route between Thornbury Town Centre, its residential areas and the planned A38 strategic corridor. But it is really important we get those local community views. So I'm pleased that this money will enable that to happen. And obviously through this proposal and other investment in our communities, we're looking to make getting around on foot, wheeling or by bicycle an easy, safe and pleasant experience.
Thank you, Claire. Marvin, do you wish to speak on this?
I think just briefly, so, you know, I appreciate what you said there, Richard. I guess it's how, as we look at this constitution and in light of the comments from Scrutiny, what we have to keep live is this balance between your accountability to government, in that sense, and our accountability as elected representatives on this body to our populations. And so it seems there's a little bit of a tension there that we need to bottom out. But also the added context to that is the Solace report and the work of Scrutiny about the, you know, the kind of democratic development of, you know, of the combined authority, you know, as well. I would just add to just what I would like reflected in that is that the engagement of politicians in this is not anti-delivery. You know, it's if we are doing the work upstream, making sure we're planning ahead, getting alignment, then actually what we have are all our ducks in a row and actually focus on delivery. Some of the challenges around delivery have been that the pre-work to get agreement on the direction of travel has not been dealt with early enough and has therefore come up as a stumbling block later, much in the way that some of Richard's reports talks about laying weak foundations that then could end up costing you lots of money and time down the track. So I just think, you know, I agree with Kevin and Claire on this, but we just need to make sure that we commit to doing that piece of work about squaring that circle.
Claire.
Sorry, I meant to also raise a query on recommendation 3, which you know, I support the wider aspirations of the regional evidence portal. But it's vital that effective governance arrangements are in place from the outset to ensure that the evidence portal delivers the data requirements of all our partners to achieve value for money. Can I ask, therefore, that the governance arrangements for the regional evidence portal are overseen by CEOs and the reports are brought back to this committee at appropriate gateway intervals to update us on progress?
Richard, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, it's overseen. Yeah, no, quite content for it to be overseen. Yeah, that's.
Did you watch that? Kevin.
Excellent.
Right. Okay, in that case, thank you very much. Is there any more comments that anyone wishes to make? Thank you for those, appreciate that. Okay, in that case, we'll move to the first recommendation, recommendation 1. All those in favour, please show. Okay, that's carried unanimously, thank you. Recommendation 2, all those in favour, please show. Thank you very much, that carries, that's carried. And then recommendation 3, all those in favour, please show. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we now move to item 11, delivery insurance. Now, there's a single recommendation set out in the report. Can I call for a seconder, please? Are there any seconders? Okay, thanks very much, Kevin. Appreciate that. Do you want to speak to that at all? No obligation if you don't want to.
No, very briefly, more than happy to fully support the paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In that case, can I ask, on the basis of that single recommendation, those in favour, please show. Okay, that's unanimously carried. Thank you very much. Item 12. Climate and Ecological Strategy and Action Plan. Now, the West of England is experiencing the impact of climate and ecological emergencies at ever-increasing frequency and impact, and we're not unique in that, of course. The world record temperatures last month have been described as gobsmacking, and only locally this week a flood alert was actually issued for the River Avon. Sadly, we have seen a rolling back on net zero from the current government, so it is right we put on record that it's becoming increasingly unlikely that we can reach our 2030 net zero goals here in the West of England, although we will obviously keep trying in earnest. At the same time, we note the good work that we are doing where we control the levers, and we commit obviously to redoubling our efforts locally and regionally to try and keep ourselves on course for that ambitious 2030 net zero target. So I would now like, therefore, to move the 5 recommendations as set out in the report. Is there a seconder, please, for that? Thank you, Kevin, very much. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. This is obviously an issue I'm extremely passionate about, and making context of the government's announcement last month of its intention to row back on its earlier commitments to climate and nature, a total abdication of its responsibility, the most critical moment in history, really. It's now more vital than ever that local governments show leadership, and through WECA, I hope then we can do that. Therefore, I welcome the initiative to integrate environmental considerations into all of WECA's activities, as we have already done in Baines, and we would urge the authority to progress this measure as fast as possible. Specifically, I would note that carbon impact of the loss of rural bus services was not considered as part of the KPMG report into prioritisation of bus services improvement plan in regard to the underspend in today's agenda, and this is information that must be brought forward, and it's already been mentioned today by many speakers. The combined authority is right to also highlight the extreme difficulty of achieving net zero by 2030 at a local level, where we often lack the appropriate funding and powers to act. The natural context of now even more challenging as the Prime Minister is delaying his action, whilst using his rhetoric to provoke culture wars at the most important topics of our day. Until Mr Sunak's recent intervention, I had always assumed that the UK, we had made decisions based on solid science and evidence. It is incredibly disappointing to see our national leaders now following those of right-wing parties in other leading developing countries down a rabbit hole of extremism and climate change denial. In Bath and North East Somerset, on the other hand, our new corporate economic strategy is based on, and Kate Rother, concept of donut economics. In a reflection of our pioneering work in this area, we are delighted this week to host Kate and the Donut Economics Action Lab at Bath Abbey and the session of community groups. Social enterprise to inspire collaborative work and how donut alignment principles can see Baines deliver local well-being whilst protecting the health of our planet. I would again encourage WECA to progress your plans as soon as possible to adopt a similar model to ensure socially just approach to environmentally friendly decision-making goes forward. I am extremely delighted to welcome this Green Recovery Fund project, particularly because it's progressing things such as the Chew Valley Lake Recreational Trail and the Bath River Line. I'm therefore more than happy to support the recommendations in this paper, Dan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And you told me River Line was important, and we're getting on with it, and that's good. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Yep. I echo much of what Kevin said. Many of us have been appalled by all the backpedalling the government has been doing on climate change, the decision to grant the oil drilling licences, the rowing back on actions to transitions away from fossil fuels for transport and heating our homes, the abandoning of schemes to make active travel easier. We in local government have to work within the national frameworks. This is a real challenge to us delivering our local targets. And I think the next progress report that comes before this committee needs to reflect on the implications of these recent government announcements and whether these are likely to impact on regional progress and what local mitigative actions may be considered. I also note that the latest review from MP Chris Skidmore, The Future is Local, contains a range of recommendations for better local net zero powers and responsibilities to be established by whoever forms the next government in 2024. It may be useful to consider the recommendations of this report in the next CSAP update, which comes to this committee. On recommendation 2, I'd like to point out that South Gloucestershire Council recently commissioned UE to carry out research work into identify the likely emissions gap in 2030 based on several scenarios. This work determined that across South Gloucestershire, the residual emissions would be in the order of 400,000 tonnes of CO2, down from the current level of over 1 million. The identification of this gap has given greater focus in terms of considering mitigations that are able to accelerate the pace and scale of carbon reductions. We absolutely need to double down our efforts by putting carbon at the centre of our spending and policy decisions and being explicit in terms of impacts on our net zero trajectory. We need to recognise the soft power that we have collectively to influence the area-wide emissions. We need businesses, skills and providers to be in the same place. And we need to think about how we design things so that we can give government further confidence that in the West of England, we can be funded directly rather than having to keep chasing numerous and often uncoordinated funding sources. I support recommendation 3 and would draw attention to the fact that in South Gloucestershire, we're using a decision-making tool, the Climate and Nature Decision Wheel, which is based on the economic theory of donut economics, to help create better social and environmental outcomes for decisions going to Cabinet or full Council and for projects that need external funding of over £100,000. Variations on the model are either in use or being considered by a number of local authorities across the UK, and I'd like to think this is something that WECA could also adopt for all key decisions. I note that the Solace Review specifically identifies the fact there is no Climate and Environment Committee. The climate and nature emergency is the greatest challenge we face. I think we're all agreed on that. So are there plans to establish a Climate and Environment Committee or a dedicated advisory board through the WECA Transformation Programme Governance Review? On recommendation 4, I would like to make an amendment. This is one of those delegations, and I am concerned that in this case, unlike on item 10, where we were talking about a specific project which has been identified, this is a sum of money. This is a fund with no specific projects identified at this stage, and therefore this feels like something where it's important to reinforce the democratic accountability over this item. So I would like to propose the amendment that we add to recommendation 4, in the event of a consensus not being reached at CEO's level, decision-making will be escalated to the West of England Combined Authority Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. So you're putting forward an amendment? Please?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you got it in writing for us?
You've got it?
Have we got it? We've got it. Great. Fantastic. Henry, fantastic. Marvin, would you like to speak at this stage?
Yeah, thank you. I'll pick up on those sentiments actually about the level of frustration we have with the positioning of our national government, recognising that what we deliver at the local and regional level is somewhat a product of what happens at a national level too, right? Whether it be funding, a policy framework, the direction of travel, the ability to attract the scale of inward investment we need to deliver the scale of infrastructure that will decarbonise our lifestyles, build our homes, and the rest of it. And I would say that I was asked to go to New York for New York Climate Week, representing Core Cities UK, which is the network of the 11 biggest cities outside of London. And we are part of that group that you mentioned earlier on, Richard, 3CI, who have come together. That's a network of cities, Core Cities, London Councils, Scottish Cities Alliance, Key Cities, and now the LGA, to identify a pipeline of decarbonisation investment opportunities that is over £300 billion. The aim is that we can go out and attract the scale of investment that individual cities or even individual regions often fail to be able to attract because they don't offer the scale of investment that public and private money needs. And it was commented on when we were out there about pushing back the car engine requirements in the UK. It was embarrassing for those of us from the UK, and we've seen acts embarrassing and decisions against the evidence subsequently. So we'd say a few things about this, and it actually does pick up on the delegations and engagement. First off, we welcome ambitious plans on this, but it's really important, and this comes into the way we work as a combined authority, that the work at the combined authority level reflects, draws on, builds on, coordinates the work done at constituent authority level as well. In Bristol, we've invested £100 million in decarbonisation since 2016. We've signed a City Leap deal, which is a deal that cities across the UK are now looking to replicate with the support of government and National Infrastructure Bank. That unlocks £650 million worth of investment into our decarbonisation on our energy offer to Bristol over the next 5 years. And I understand there's ample cross-border opportunity in that too. And I know that UE are looking at being part of the heat network at the French campus, and we're really happy to share it across the region. We have also done a piece of work that is being shared through our LGA partners as well, which is our urban heat risks. So we began mapping the heat in Bristol and the projections of the heat in Bristol with a really innovative tool that we are building into, that we are offering out to authorities around the country who are looking at how they build heat resilience into their futures. And we've also just had declaration of a just transition to net zero in Bristol. The point being that one of the deepest perversities of climate change is that it's the poorest and the most vulnerable who get hit first and hardest by the consequences of climate change, but they're also most vulnerable to being financially disadvantaged by the economic restructuring we have to go through to decarbonise the economy and protect nature. And if we do that, if we don't take account of a just transition, you lose the dressing room and you get mad politics that wants to open up the coal mines and all that. And we've seen that in the US, and we're getting taste of it over here as well. So that coordination with the constituent authorities and all the good work that's going on down that level is essential. I, too, on recommendation 2, just recognising the challenge of meeting the 2030 targets, which we all face. There's no point setting a target that's easy to meet, and that inevitably involves a bit of jeopardy for anybody setting those targets. But we must, I think, continue to work together to press, and through our various networks, to press national government, but also recognising that meeting the targets in a region are not down to local authorities or government public sector alone. Bristol's emissions is made up from what local government does, and actually we're doing quite well on our own emissions, but we have universities, or like small towns in Bristol, we have a National Health Service, have a massive estate, we have a huge private sector. And one of the key challenges is how do you bring the collection of institutions that shape life in a place and shape emissions together around a shared goal, particularly if you don't have command and control power, which none of us would want over all the institutions. But those are sovereign organizations. So how do we get the collective commitment to those goals in a place? I'd also just point out that to a number of areas of key risk and opportunity for us, and risk and opportunity often go together. First, housing. The kind of homes we build and where we build them will be one of the biggest determinants of our future, the price the planet pays for hosting us in our growing numbers in this part of the world. So we're working on our local plans now. We have to build net zero homes, but building net zero homes in areas that require a whole new transport infrastructure would not help. Putting them on existing routes would be incredibly helpful. It is a challenge for us that we are not doing this together. We should have come together within a combined authority and been working on what has now become our local plans that we're all working on individually together, because we are a functional economic area. That is a major missed opportunity for us that is actually coming at financial cost to the constituent authorities as well. So I think that's an area we need to look at how we go. We can't go back to basics because too much work has been done, but how do we make the best of a less than satisfactory situation as we plan where we're going to build the homes for our growing population? Transport too. We have a population in the West, in this part of the world that is growing at a rate of knots. I wouldn't want to talk for our neighbours, but Bristol is a rapidly growing city, about 472,000 people today. Predictions are will be 550,000 by 2050. During the day, our residential population is about 472, as I said. Our daytime population, when everyone comes into work, is over 1 million. All right? So you can see the need we need to solve the transport challenges that people are talking about for the economy, but actually for all the social isolation, that if we don't solve those social isolation problems, turn up at the GPs needing antidepressants and all the other social interventions that come when we have that kind of social breakdown. And finally, I would raise finance. And being in New York was I'd say there were, one of the rich bits about being in there was everyone's talking about money, which is the point, Rick. All right? There is money in the world. We are constantly being told. The challenge is getting your investable propositions ready and able to attract that money. We haven't done that as effectively as we should have. That's why I refer to the work of 3CI. That is a national piece of work led by core cities and UK cities, Catapult, London Council, Scottish cities and all the rest, to bridge that gap between the actual places that need the investment in the infrastructure and the money that is out there, and that is public and private money looking for somewhere to land. We've got to continue to invest in that. And it's not just within Bristol's boundaries, because people don't live just within Bristol's boundaries. They don't just live within South Gloss or Baines. They cross those boundaries. And just last week, we launched a piece of work called the Urban Futures Commission, which I highly recommend reading. The core cities led that with the RSA. I co-chaired it with Andy Haldane, who's chief exec of the RSA and former chief economist at the Bank of England. And what we have identified as an evidence base for that piece of work is the need for £1 trillion worth of investment in the UK cities to meet both their social needs, their economic, their social responsibilities, economic responsibilities, and environmental responsibilities. And what we are saying is that at the moment, the lack of investment in the UK cities, and remember the Prime Minister just this week said, I'm turning away from cities, that it threatens to continue to leave us underperforming. I would just say one last thing on the contrast of our approach. When we published that report about cities, we were very careful. We're not talking about towns or cities. We're talking about our interdependency of towns and cities. So we were very clear that we do not need national language that sets off elements of the UK population against each other. We need to constantly be talking about our interdependence. But I think the delegations in this, as I share with Curtis, absolutely have to be looked at, because we are talking about very large sums of money here. And so formalising that political accountability and leadership within that is incredibly important.
Thanks, Marvin. Marvin, I'm going to just ask you, the trillion you referred to, 1,000 billion, yeah? Not a billion, because there's different, you can use trillion in a different way. Okay. So 1,000 billion, okay, all right. Thank you, that's very interesting. Okay, right, we've got a whole series of, sorry, did you want to speak, Evan?
No, not at all.
Apologies, I thought you were indicating. Okay, yeah, sorry, thank you for reminding me, Richard. Richard's going to comment because we've heard some very interesting things. He just needs to say a couple of things. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple of things, really. In respect of the work we're trying to do around capturing the carbon impact of numbers and our net zero numbers, we're doing a significant amount of work to make sure that we can take those those numbers into account in the decisions we make. Secondly, in respect to the housing side, you'll know we're involved in Bristol Temple Quarter, the body that drew the 95 million down, and are working really well, I think, with the partners in respect to that, Bristol City Council, Network Rail, and indeed Homes England, who are both grant funder and landowner, to get up to 10,000 homes, or circa 10,000 homes built. So we're pushing ahead with that. So there is lots of work you can do in respect of that. Making sure that we are taking net zero into account in the way we design and develop, but that's all future work still to come. The funding point is well made. We ought to be attracting more funding into the region and working up the way to do that. We have as a combined authority engaged an organisation to help in respect of that, because it's about coming up with the proposal that takes forward the sort of significant high-level analysis that is done, that you build on that and you take it forward to a real investable set of propositions within the region. And it's important we do that across all of the bodies that are represented here. So if you look at the Cardiff Capital City region investment fund they have, we should be working across the region to create a fund where all bodies within it are part of that piece of work. That's at early stages. It's actually part of the transformation plan work and is shown within there. It's at front end at the moment, but that will really grow and be really important to the region as a whole. I was going to comment on lastly on the amended recommendation, and just in respect, and look, clearly it's up for the committee to vote in the way the committee wishes. What I want to do again is to underline that point of how effective we have operated in within the delegations in the way we have so far for the effective and efficient delivery of this organisation's ability to be able to do the things that the committee wants us to do. Within this report, there is already set out tolerances around the delegation, so it recognises the point that Councillor Young has made about this being a bit newer and therefore wanting some tolerances in it. So we did recognise that as part of the work we did, and with the the finance directors within the organisations, the environmental directors within the organisations, and through the chief execs, these reports work through a period of something like 7 weeks now, where various versions are seen, and we've set that out in table 1. So it talks about tolerances within the approvals already to recognise that this is a new scheme. And forgive me, but I thought we heard that we were going to try and have the conversation about the delegations point as part of the constitution work, but it's been put back on the table on the next item. That doesn't, that feels different to what was said a moment ago, Councillor Guy, in respect of what we had. So what I'm trying to say is that I think once there's an amendment which clearly you will vote on, the original delegation does have that table 1 tolerances within it as a way to try and get, because it is a new scheme and it's different from the earlier conversation that we had. Just wanted to put that on the table before you get to the position where you vote, because the risk in essence, if we don't get agreement on it, is how do we take the work forward if we don't have something we can work within. And that's why those tolerances were put on the table and have been part of those call-overs, the call-over meetings that we've had previously.
Thank you very much, Richard. Appreciate that. Now, we've got a whole series of recommendations, and Claire has indicated she wants to put forward an amendment, which we'll come to when we get to that item. Do you want to speak, Claire? Sorry.
Yes, I'm prepared to withdraw the amendment on this item, but we will consider this point further, because I think the point we're making and the difference with what Councillor Guy said on the earlier one is there is a difference between when you've got a very specific project on the list that we're being asked to vote on, and when there is a wider fund of money, and that is why we would see it as differently. I mean, ultimately, we want this style of delegation for all reports, and the point is not to hold up decision making. Far from it, because in most cases, we would hope that the work has been done early enough that we don't end up in a position where we have disagreements happening and there won't be any need. So it's not about micromanaging things. But on this one, given the table of tolerances, I'm prepared to withdraw the amendment on this one. But I think this is a point we're going to want to consider further on a later item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Claire. Can I just give notice that after this item, we'll have a short 5-minute break, because I sense the public will need one. I certainly do. And then we'll come back, because we've still got quite a lot of work to do today. So if we get to each recommendation in turn, then if everybody's happy, doesn't need to speak anymore. Okay, in that case, let's go to recommendation 1. All those in favour, please show. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Recommendation 2, all those in favour, please show. Carried unanimously. Recommendation 3, all those in favour, please show. Thank you very much, that's carried unanimously. Recommendation 4, and just to be clear, sorry, Marvin. Yes, of course.
Because it's some areas that the escalation process is more significant than others. This is a very large sum of money on an area, obviously of fundamental importance to us. And this is about the democratic engagement, connectivity, not just of those that are at the table, but all the councillors in our constituent authorities as well. So while it seems we're going to accept this delegation this time, we have to have that absolute commitment that the work on the Constitution is going to go ahead and address this process of escalation and engagement with the constituent authorities. Do we have that?
Well, we're gonna work something out, aren't we? That's down to all of us. That's what it's about.
I think for simplification, for example, if we're allocating £30 million to tackle the environment and climate emergency locally, brilliant, £30 million. But if all of a sudden, say hypothetically, the Mayor decides we're going to spend 29 million of that on saving bees and 1 million everything else, that might be an issue that, well, maybe we should just bring that back and look at how we would divvy out that money slightly differently. And that's obviously a quite ridiculous hypothetical scenario, but that's where we want to be at.
In talking about it?
Yeah, well, quite, yes, yeah, quite. But I'm saying that would be a point of contention. So I'm more than happy to hand over the £30 million to WECA to crack on and deal with the most important things in our society. However, if there is fundamental differences in how that money can be spent, and I mean fundamental differences, not just, oh, well, we should spend another £200,000 here or £100,000 there. These are significant differences. That should be in the body of the Constitution to bring back to us to talk as politicians. And that's the point that Marvin and Claire are trying to make.
Richard.
Yeah, no, I mean, just on the broader point, the Constitution piece of work is fundamental, isn't it? From a number of angles, not just this one. Yeah, it needs to progress in a significant way, and that will come back as part of the part of the work on the transformation plan. So it's not just about this aspect; it's about the broad aspects. So if I can go a bit further and just be a bit more reassuring, and I mean, around the examples, if you look at section 10, it breaks down the sum of money into quite a lot of constituent parts. So, there is a nature recovery section of that sits at sort of 13 million, there's 11 million for net zero, there's 4 million for nature. So it breaks it down quite a bit, and then you get the percentage tolerances on the top of that. So again, unless you did it for everything, which might stand out as being a bit novel and contentious, really, then those protections are there.
Okay, I think, well, are we on recommendation 3, or are we moving to 4? 4, okay, thank you for bearing with me. Okay, thank you, Marvin, for that intervention. Recommendation 4, Clay, can I just check you are putting forward your amendment now?
No, she's not.
Right, that's great, just to be absolutely clear. Okay, in that case, those in favour of recommendation 4, please show now. Carried unanimously, thank you very much. And then recommendation 5, those in favour, please show now. Thank you, carried unanimously. Okay, we've got a short break, 5-10 minutes at max. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you everybody. We're through the break now. It was a little bit longer than I planned, but I think everyone's had a chance to use the restrooms and things, so that's great. Okay, we now move on to item 13, which is the adult education and skills item. So over the past 2 years, the West of England Combined Authority has built a significant jobs and training offer for local people, with the value of our services trebling from 20 million, which was not insignificant, to 60 million now, which is great. So through the adult education budget, we have helped, it's a very precise figure I've got on my sheet here, 25,900, let's call it 26,000 people, gain the key skills they need to enter and progress in employment. In addition, 2,000 residents have been supported through our boot camps to provide hands-on training in areas where we have skills gaps, not least to bus drivers. And just for those who, I noticed in one of the questions that I had, the written questions, people talked about the term boot camps, not my term, government term, just to be clear. I was pleased last week to announce the new West of England Skills Connect service, a single regional access and advice service for all our residents looking for training and employment support. I believe very passionately that it is really important that accessing these benefits has to be done as straightforwardly and as simply and as clearly as possible. We don't want anyone to miss out because they don't know what's happening. So that's why we're putting this emphasis on this single sort of portal, as it were. I would now like to move the single recommendation as set out in the report. Can I call for a seconder if there's one, please? Thank you, Kevin. Would you like to speak on that? Okay. Would anyone else like to speak? Claire.
Yeah, it's just a quick point. It obviously, the delegation, it makes sense for operational decisions relating to individual skills programmes to be delegated, but it's really important that CEOs maintain a strategic overview of the programmes and their cumulative impact. So I'd just like to request that CEOs receive regular updates on programme delivery and that these updates incorporate geographical mapping so that hotspots of activity and cold spots where further intervention is required can be identified.
Thank you, Claire. Marvin.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things. One is, in line with what we said earlier on, to make sure we have the ongoing engagement with our local authority skills officers, and I think we have been working well on that front. Secondly, just to point out how important this is to the work we're doing on climate and decarbonisation. Oh, no comment. If we are going to...
Sorry, Marvin, can I just stop you? I can hear Claire's voice coming through. Is there a lag on the live stream or something?
That's all right.
So is it okay? Right. Sorry, Marvin, because that is really, really annoying and distracting. And Claire looks puzzled. She doesn't know how her voice is somewhere else. And she's not opening her lips. She can't work that out. I can't work it out either. Marvin, back to you. Hopefully that won't happen again.
It just, on the adult skills, it's just about making sure that we really map this work into the work we're doing on climate, again, underpinning that just transition. The further ahead we can plan, the better equipped we'll be to plan for the skills in the quantities the economy is going to need. And actually, just by the way, just one of the challenges on how we decarbonise, they're on many fronts. One challenge is going to be obviously having a political, commitment to doing it. Another challenge is getting the money. Another is going to be having the workforce to deliver the work that needs to be done. So do we have the skills workforce to do retrofitting, to do the insulation, to deliver the infrastructure that needs to be put in place? So again, planning our workforce will be very important.
Thank you, Marvin. Really good points. Thank you for that. Any other comments? Kevin?
Very brief, Mr. Mayor. This paper is an excellent example of officers working together really, really well, and ourselves working together really well on a exceptionally important issue. So I'd just like to put that on record. This is an example of great cooperation and combined work.
Great, thank you, Kevin, and that's very generous of you to say. And I know what I'll ask our senior managers on our side, and I'm sure you do the same with you, is to make sure all the individuals who are involved in all the various aspects of this get to hear that we have said that today, because it is important they know that we value what they do and want more of it. Thank you. Okay, in that case, if there's no one else wanting to speak, we now move to this single recommendation. All those in favour, please show now. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Right, we now move to item 14, Transport Infrastructure Projects. Now, this report provides an update to the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority Committee on key transport programmes. On the City Region Sustainable Transport Settlement, my officers have worked with unitary authorities on a revised plan due to not insignificant inflationary pressures. On Future for West, we need a credible, affordable, realistic option to put to government, and I support overground buses and one day possibly trams or another new technology like the system I saw recently in the West Midlands. The strategic outline business case was developed over the last 3 years at considerable cost, over £2 million in fact. It was delivered 8 months ago and it is a robust and substantive piece of work. It confirms the need for such a project and tests the viability of different options. After such an extensive piece of work, further analysis is not going to change the fundamental truths and basic facts. We need to be honest with people and stop pretending that there is a project, it is a project that everyone believes in and that it's probably not going to happen. It's not really a viable option, truthfully. We owe it to residents to focus all our energies and resources on delivering projects that will make a genuine difference to their lives. The overground options offer a really exciting opportunity to make that actual difference, and sooner rather than later. And then the key thing that I note is the benefit-cost ratio for the underground option is 0.1. So that means that 10 pence of benefit for every pound spent will accrue, and fails all value for money tests the Combined Authority Committee members, Department for Transport and the government would expect to see achieved by a very significant margin, in fact. So please note that I'll be taking each recommendation in turn after this report is moved and seconded. So I will move the report. Is there a seconder, please, to that? Okay. Kevin?
Yeah, I'm happy to second the report if the items are taken individually.
Sorry, Kevin, can you say again?
Yeah, I'm happy to take, second the report as long as they're taken individually.
Yeah, they will be, yeah. Thank you. Right. Do any members wish to speak on this item? Kevin, off you go.
I assume we're speaking on item 1 to start off with, are we, Dan?
Why not?
Why not? Let's crack on, because I've got an amendment for item 1, which I believe has been presented to the Chief Executive and Monitoring Officer. Did I say that one? I'm not doing the CRTS. Oh no, sorry, ignore me. I've got the next one. You're all right. It's not to the CRTS. I don't want to amend that one. That's fine.
So I'm ignoring you.
Yeah, ignore that one. Ignore that one. Yeah, I've jumped the gun on the CRTS, which I actually really like. Yeah.
Okay, right. Let's compose ourselves and get back there because I've got stuff in my ear as well. Okay, right now, who wishes to speak? If Kevin is not wishing to speak.
Are you calling for speakers on the whole thing, or?
I think you can dress whatever you like. I don't want to be prescriptive. While you're deciding, Councillor Bell, do you want to come in? Because I know you've indicated to me you want to speak. I don't know which bit you want to speak on, but you're happy to speak about any of it. And hello, Catherine. Good to see you as well. Okay, Mike, thank you very much for coming down, and sorry not to.
That's all right.
Have
That's
a
all right.
mic close to you and make me do that.
And
So,
it was just
over to you.
And it was just only on recommendation 4 and future for West. And
Mike,
obviously,
could you introduce yourself?
I can,
in case
of
people
course.
Didn't get the
Just in
introduction at
case
the
they
very
missed
beginning.
the intro at the beginning. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So hello everybody. My name is Mike Bell. I'm the leader of North Somerset Council. So obviously North Somerset Council is not a member of the Mayoral Combined Authority, but it's always a pleasure to be here and listen to the conversations. I just wanted to comment obviously on the Future for West proposals, and particularly in respect of the priority route that does affect North Somerset very directly. So we're obviously interested in everything that is in this paper, because we do recognise the significance of the economic footprint and travel to work area that we share in common right across the west of England and beyond. But particularly wanted to just express support for the continued focus on securing an improved link between Bristol Airport and Bristol City Centre. We all know that that's a critical piece of infrastructure that needs to be improved. It's something that we've been working very closely with our officers in North Somerset and the Combined Authority officers on, and we would very much like to be part of the continuing conversation if and when that moves forward to further business case development. The one thing that I wanted to say in relation to that, of course, is that this isn't the only game in town, is it? And there are lots of other things that are going on in parallel to Future for West. We've secured funding with Somerset Council for some improvements to the A38, for example, which we'll obviously be continuing to do. And we will continue to hold the airport to account to deliver their investments in infrastructure improvements as well, which they're committed to as part of their growth plans. But the wider programme of Future for West is something that is really important to us all across the west of England and beyond. And I would just encourage members, really taking a lead from some of the speakers earlier and from Richard on behalf of the LEP, I would really encourage members to make decisions and get on with it and not avoid difficult decisions and continue the debate, because the truth is some of this is going to take us a long time to land and to build businesses cases for, and we've got problems today, never mind in 5, 10, 15 and 20 years. So the sooner we can get on with it, the better. So I would certainly encourage members to move forward in that spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, very much. Okay, right. Have colleagues decided if they wish to speak to anything in general? We can go through the recommendations and you can speak to each recommendation, whatever you want to do. I'm entirely in your hand. Let's go through each one, shall we? Okay, thanks, Kevin. Right, in that case, let's move to recommendation 1. Does anyone wish to speak to that or about that? No? Okay, in that case, those in favour, please show. Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Recommendation 2. Anyone wish to speak to that one? No? Okay. Those in favour, please show. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 3. Anyone wish to speak to this? No? Those in favour, please show. Sorry. Marvin, yeah.
We caught up in the break, Rich. This is the game. I just want to highlight that there's an issue about the escalation process here as well. I'm going to support it because of the journey we've been on in this meeting, but that we have to get on. We have to find a way of squaring that circle.
Okay, in that case, if no one else wishes to speak to this, those in favour, please show. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then we move to recommendation 4, which has a series of different options, 3 options, A, B, and C. And I suspect that might be something that people want to speak to. So if we go to recommendation 4, option A, I understand there might be an amendment on this. Who would like to speak to this, first of all? Marvin, thank you.
Yeah, the obvious one to speak. So, mass transit, we've talked about it a bit already today, and obviously there have been some tweets and headlines flowing back and forth through the city. So my starting point on this today is this, that option A is the best option for us today, in line with the officer's recommendations, actually drawing on evidence that Rich Bonner brought through today and the statement from Business West that's on the table again today. Short of option A, what we should do is release all the papers that are cited in this WECA paper today that have not necessarily been in the public domain. So we have all the evidence in the public domain, and then bring these options back to the November Combined Authority meeting when we've had a chance to look at all the evidence. I think one of the most powerful things about Richard's intervention today was, if this discussion about mass transit options takes place at a Twitter level, a sentence here and a sentence there about what's more expensive, we don't get the opportunity to peel back the complexities that could turn up in the future as huge delays and huge costs. And I think what it begins to do is show that commitment to an overground has lots of risks that will turn up as delays and financial costs. So let me start with this, right? What are the characteristics that we want from a mass transit system? And then let the system design itself from there. And I'll throw a few out. One is, if we want that modal shift, it has to be 100% segregated. Not segregated with 2% not segregated, 100% segregated. Because that 2% that's not segregated and is mixing with normal traffic will be within the most densest part of the city and will have a disproportionate ability to seize up the whole system. So you're talking about 100% segregation. I think, secondly, it has to touch on the areas of highest density. That is domestic living density and workplace. If it does not go through those areas, it does not pick up the passenger numbers. A colleague once said to me, why don't we put it down the M32? Well, because no one will walk to the M32 to catch it, right? It's got to go through and pick up where people live, where they move between. That means destinations within the city as well. It needs to be affordable for people to use. I would suggest, too, for us, that a transit system is not just about getting from A to B. It's actually about building an inclusive city region. So those areas that have been left behind. Now, I'll talk from within my city boundaries. Hartcliffe, Withywood, Knowle West. These are areas that have watched the wealth in the middle of the city race away and have not necessarily had the access to them. So again, buses that are infrequent, unaffordable. So you need a predictable system that they can afford, that they can access physically. It needs to be decarbonised, and critically, the test is, does it deliver modal shift? And we've heard earlier on that for all the the comments, the evidence in the paper tells us that if you do not have a segregated system, if it is not attractive, it will struggle to deliver the modal shift. And the numbers are quite stark on that front. So let me suggest this is the exam questions I think we need to work through. Firstly, the question we have to ask ourselves is, do you want a 100% segregated mass transit system? If your answer is no, then fair enough. Stand by that. But what we will end up doing is, as someone described the approach to HS2, picking up on the old British disease, make do and mend. And we'll have the same level of vulnerability in our public transport offer as we've had exposed so drastically over the last 2 years. If your answer is yes, then you ask yourself this: do you want that 100% segregated system to be 100% overground? And this is where we begin to get these challenges. So, number one, if it's 100% overground, our officers have done the work. As Richard raised earlier on, North Route closes the A38 between Ashley Road and Ashley Down Road to traffic permanently, or as one way on the A38. That's Gloucester Road, closed. The impact on the businesses. And remember, when you close a road to do the work, you don't close the road and automatically get your public transport offer. There's a period of time between closing the road, starting the work, nothing going down that road, and then the 2 years or so before that public transport offer kicks in. So you've got nothing going down that road. Church Road, the same. From Lawrence Hill to Kingswood, apart from a small section in the middle which has one way working to enable a diversion into Beaufort Road and Whitehall Road, both of which are not suitable for those traffic levels or types. Closure of the road. Airport Route has one way on East Street and Bedminster Road, closes Bedminster Parade temporarily for cut and cover tunnelling of 550 metres, where the businesses go while closed. By the way, let's just point this out as well, which I think is something that people haven't always thought of here. If you're 25 metres beneath the surface of your roads, what are you not bumping into? Utilities. The logistical challenge of going overground and by the way, the overground involves elements of cut and cover, so there is underground elements within the overground. You will be cutting out huge swathes of the surface. You'll be negotiating with all the utilities companies, moving pipes, moving wires, moving, all the rest. That is a logistical challenge of significant proportions, dare I say, that we do not yet know, because the detailed work has not yet been done, about the time and cost consequences of doing that work. In fact, the report actually says that when you go overground and you look at the disruption to the closure of those roads and the disruption to movement around the city, the cost benefit is actually negative, meaning for every £1 spent, you incur £1.50 in costs due to negative traffic impacts of diversions on the economy, and then lots of impacts on unsuitable roads, rat running, HGV impacts, and significant congestion and unreliable road network for goods and services. So the sensitivity tests we've had so far have ignored the traffic impacts and are assuming an optimistic usage and benefits to get to a positive cost benefit, but there's no justification given just testing how realistic these assumptions are. So we have the potential of significant disruption on our roads. And I would suggest too that the idea of going to a future administration in the city and saying, can we close Gloucester Road? Can we close Church Road? Can we put a cut and cover? Makes the overground undeliverable. The livable neighbourhoods has been challenging enough. This would be an intervention of epic proportions. So the balances begin to shift. If we go beyond the superficial intervention and begin to peel back the layers on this. So this leaves us with the option of going underground if we take those risks seriously. And I'm saying take all of them forward. I'm not saying rule out overground at this stage. I'm saying option A takes them all forward and does the more detailed work to find out just how significant these risks are that may at this moment seem small, but could grow and grow to make something undeliverable. Now, much has been made of the underground. We've had leaks of £18 billion, 18 to 19 billion pounds, but actually we would challenge that because a subsequent WECA paper said it actually could be 40 to 50% cheaper than that to deliver. And we've actually had experts come in to tell us that actually they think it could be less than that, because another thing that we need to think about is one of the costs of tunnelling is setting up. If you're delivering one tunnel, you don't have those setup costs. You don't have to move the machine all around the place. So you begin to get what you might call economies of scale in that sense. You're doing it once, you're setting up once, and that one setup delivers all the tunnelling you need in one go, rather than a cut and cover here, a cut and cover there, a bit of a tunnel here, when you've got a patchwork of subterranean sections in your public transport offer. And it's important to clarify on the underground elements too, that we are not talking about a 100% underground offer. The London Underground is less than 50% underground. We're talking about underground in the areas of highest density. So let's go up Gloucester Road, connecting Gloucester Road to Southmead Hospital, right? Connecting Southmead Hospital out to the North Fringe and out to Almondsbury Transport Hub. One is this fantastic connectivity into the hospital from the outside. But where do you put the stops? Where do you make the interventions there in a way that people can access and get to? So I think we've had a number of reports, and the ones I'll mention to you that I think need to be put into the public domain if we don't choose option A today. The WSP addendum report of the early value engineering indicates that we could get this for around 50% cheaper compared to the 90 million that was leaked into the press. The Atkins assessment of the WSP report, Professor Eddy's presentation, who is one of the UK's leading tunnelling experts, whose analysis suggests that the cost of civil engineering project of a full underground of about £1.5 billion. And he's told us overground will be ultimately far more expensive because of the complexity of starting and stopping boring and the utilities diversions and the impact on the economy and businesses. The WSP costs for the underground includes just a third for utility diversions. And this is comparable to overground and the amount of utility work. And we also have the Atkins assessment of Professor Eddy's report. I suggest that if we can take all the work forward option A today and do more detailed work. If we can't choose option A today, we should not discard any of those options until that detailed work has been done. Let's remember the first underground route in London, I think, was opened up in 1853, right? We are making a decision over the coming months that will stay with this city region for over a century, right? We have to make sure we have explored all the evidence before we discount anything that could offer a transformative change for the way we get around. And let's just throw open an example here, the Elizabeth line, the new Elizabeth line in London, which I think is a scale of ambition we should be aiming to match, and a scale of investment we should be aiming to equal in bringing in. And that was 19 billion. I think we can do it for less than that. It's actually exceeded expectations and is expected to break even by the end of 2024. So remember, the benefit you get from any scheme like this is not fixed in the moment. Again, one of the subtle lines in the report says, on the current usage, it's a low return. But if we say, okay, we've got a pathway to this mass transit system, this is what it means for the pieces of land around our region, this is what it means for our ability to attract in with investment, major employers, then we actually begin to draw down now on the future of a hyper-connected and affordably connected city region. So we can work that opportunity right here, right now, and make more of it. If we just sit there and say it's coming and sit on our hands and wait for Christmas to land on us, then we won't get as much benefit from it. But I think we've got to be on the front foot and take every advantage of it. And I think, too, when we look at just recently the absolute commitment around ambition of people like Tracy Brabin, Steve Rotherham, Andy Burnham, Bev Craig, leader of Manchester, they are not asking for second best for their city regions. Granted, there's a Prime Minister made a decision, but we want the best. It was a local businessman that said recently, why don't we go for the overground? It's cheaper. I said, why should we have the cheapest? Why don't we ask for the best? And then see how close we can get to the best. Pursue the best or get as close to it until the evidence, hard evidence, tells us it's not possible. And we haven't reached that point yet. We have not reached the point where coherent evidence package tells us this is not deliverable for the people of Bristol, and the alternative to that package is proven to actually be cheaper and as effective. And as I said, I suggest it won't be. It won't deliver the modal shift. It will continue to be vulnerable, and it could end up being more expensive and actually undeliverable. So we've got to be careful not to end up like Rishi Sunak here, all right? Failing to see the opportunity that's before us. And I get it. I think historically, we have, as a city region, under-delivered on many fronts, and we're living with the consequences of that now. But what we have to be careful about is that history of failure to deliver on the major infrastructure does not cloud our ability to see the opportunities when they do come along. Right? We're not used to having the best. But there is an opportunity that's right in front of us, and if we allow that history of underperformance to get in the way of us grabbing hold of this opportunity, we'll be failing not just ourselves, but we'll be failing 4 or 5 generations and more to come after us. We can't afford to do that. So look, I think what we have in front of us today on option A is an option that combined authority officers have recommended is the one that we choose. We have an option that the LEP has recommended we choose with all the analysis and expertise that's available. We have an option that Business West have recommended we choose, and independent experts around has recommended we choose. It doesn't sign us up to go in the full way on any scheme. It just says let's keep all the schemes on the table and do the full work to find out how deliverable they are. Get more numbers, more evidence before we discount anything. And I think someone said earlier, Rich said earlier on, by the way, I think is important. One of the warnings from WECA officers is that we will be in risk of the Wensbury risk, that you discount something before you have enough evidence to discount it. Now, 3 or 4 years down the line, you turn up to CPO a piece of land or a building, that person refers back to this meeting when it was discounted without adequate evidence. Suddenly you have a big lawsuit, you've got years of delays, again, feeds into the potential undeliverability of an underground option until we have ruled out with hard evidence the deliverability of a mass transit system, including underground in the densest areas where it's needed. So that would be my recommendation today, that we go for A. But if we cannot get to A, then we need to say, let's get all those papers in the public domain in the meantime, come back in November. I suggest putting all those papers in the public domain anyway, actually, so we can grapple with them, even if we do the right thing, avoid the delay, avoid the additional costs that come from delaying, today, and go ahead with A. But that's my contribution today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marvin. Claire.
So I too support option A. Given where we are on our journey to net zero and the importance of climate emergency, we need a public transport system that's fit for the 21st century, which can move large numbers of people about the region sustainably. And a mass transit should clearly be part of that solution. As Richard Bonner referred to, from the point of view of South Gloucestershire, the links out to Filton and the Science Park are really important. And it's important to be able to bring people from other areas of deprivation where there aren't the jobs, to be able to take people to those economic hotspots. So that's really important this is really important for not just our climate ambitions, but also for tackling some of the inequalities across the region. So absolutely think we need a mass transit system. The reason I'm supporting option A is there's a clear recommendation from WECA officers that this is the correct technical process to go through, and that at this stage, all options should remain on the table. Therefore, option A is, as far as I'm concerned, the only option. We've also heard from the chair of the LEP that local businesses want us to explore all the options and consider all the impacts in the round. I think we have to take very seriously the threat of legal challenge. I think it's a bit of a misunderstanding to think that ruling out some options now will allow us to move faster. It might in the short term. It might seem in the short term that you cut down the options now, you can do things more quickly. But that's an example of more haste, less speed, because ultimately, if a few years down the line we're getting legal challenges at a point where we need to be, as has already said, compulsory purchasing land and so forth, then that will introduce far bigger delays than you might perceive there is at this stage by actually assessing all the options. So I think we have very, very clear legal advice. We also have advice, we also have the views of the business community, all very clearly saying we need to leave all the options on the table at the moment, lay a solid foundation for when we move to the next stage. And it is really important that we follow due process at this moment, and that all that necessary technical work is undertaken on all the options. So that is why I am supporting option A.
Thank you, Claire. Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't repeat what Marvin and Claire has said, but I fully support option A. And I'd like to, I don't think we can overemphasise the importance of the contribution of the LEP today with regards to pointing out the legal implications for not accepting option A. Somebody that has sat on a planning board and has been stumped by something we really want to achieve, but all of a sudden something wasn't done 2 or 3 years ago by an officer or by a member of the public, and all of a sudden it is completely derailed. So going with option A is exactly what the officers are recommending, exactly what the LEP are recommending. So I fully agree with going with option A.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Now, I think we've got an amendment, haven't we? Is it for this one, option A? Yeah. That's right. So, you've obviously all read it, I take it. Can I just check you're all familiar with it and what have you? So, who's proposing it?
I think what we wanted to do on A, actually, and we can work out the exact figure, was have an adequate amount of resource put into making sure that work happens as soon as possible. So again, one of the points made earlier on when we're looking at the potential support from partners across, whether it be companies across Europe or here or across the UK, if we move slow on working out the details of this, we'll be slow. By definition, it's a truism, right? If we put proper resource into this, really begin to get a bit of a motor on, then I think we should be looking to come back with more detail on the options in option A by February.
Okay, thank you. So, who's proposing this amendment? Me. Okay, who's seconding it? Kevin? Okay, right. Those in favour, please show of the amendment. Those against? So that's not carried. So we go back to the original option A. And can I just explain why I'm saying what I've just said or voted the way I've just voted? Is I've spent an awful lot of time looking at all the arguments regarding an underground possibility for the West of England. One of the key bits that has persuaded me of my position has not just been the public position, because there's not public buy-in for an underground. They are not at all keen on spending more money in addition to look at further options, but is actually to look at the Manchester experience. And I agree with Marvin completely that Manchester wants the best and it's absolutely right that they should want the best and they've worked for the best. But actually they wanted an underground when you looked at this 20, 30, 40 years ago. Big discussions, big debates, exactly the same arguments as have been made today about roads being closed and businesses not being able to operate and risks of wetness, reasonableness and all this kind of thing. You've got to watch out the legal risks and whatever. They ended up finding that they needed to go to an overground option. That's the only way they could fund it. That's the only way they could get public support. They couldn't even get private investment into it. And what I'm saying is, through the way I'm just voted and will vote, is that if we don't learn from the past, we carry on making the same mistakes. Our region is one of the poorest in the country for getting on with projects and in terms of transport. And what I want is something that's going to be deliverable in soon as possible period. And to me, that does not seem to be an underground, I have to say. And I've not been persuaded by anything. Now, Marvin, I'm very happy to put all that paperwork into the public domain. Quite happy to do that. There's no concealment on my part, I can assure you. But that is my position, having thought about it. There's lots of other reasons as well. You've only got to look at HS2 and the escalating costs, because just because we can reduce the 18 billion or whatever the other figures are for underground options by 50%, assuming that actually is possible, by the time the costs escalate again, they get back up to 18 billion or thereabouts. And that's what the problem is. The problem is that we are not very good at, for whatever reason, managing these huge projects in this country. Of course, I'd love it that we could not turn to the past and say the future's going to be different, but we're not going to be able to influence that big sphere. We're not going to be able to make that big difference, unfortunately. And so, look, I've looked at the Manchester experience. I've looked at it very carefully among other projects. It's very clear to me that Bristolians, never mind people across the rest of the west of England, are not at all keen on spending any more money. We've already spent 2 million quid looking at these options. To spend another £650,000 would not fundamentally change things, in my view. Marvin, you wanted to speak.
Just so I can feed back, so is one of the routes going to go up Gloucester Road for an overground?
Well, we'll let the experts deal with that, because
I guess we're going to...
We're looking at it in a round, aren't we? So the detail will have to be worked out.
So this is really important, because that is a huge decision. If the route for an overground is going to go up Gloucester Road, if the route for an overground is going to go up Church Road, with the consequences for those roads, then before we rule out an alternative to those monumentally significant decisions, we need to have looked at the evidence of our ability to avoid closing Gloucester Road and Church Road. So when I go and feed back, am I telling the councillors for those areas that a mass transit system is on its way, and it is going to involve the closure of those main roads into and out of the city?
What I'd say to you, Marvin, is that if you consider the mass transit system that you're advocating as a sort of Rolls Royce, you're saying we need to spend a bit more time working out if we need a CD player in the car, or we need some other piece of fitment or option on our list when you already know the car's unaffordable. It just isn't possible, in my view, to spend huge sums of money that we've got to secure and get in order to move forward with all this. So look,
sorry, I don't know about CDs and car stereos.
Well, if you don't understand that, Marvin, that's fine. But look, let me perhaps I made a bad example. But what I'm simply saying to you is, I don't think that we have learned anything from the Manchester experience. You are saying exactly what was said by people in Manchester years ago, way back ago, exactly the same points about closing roads, impact on business, fear of legal challenge, etc. But we've got to look at that experience. You said Manchester was the best. I agree, and actually, it's not 100%. It's not 100% separated either. So look, that's where I stand. I'm explaining my opinion. You had a lot of chance to say your opinion as well. So look, I think we're now on the actual motion proper. Richard.
So I think, so just, I didn't articulate myself quite clearly on a couple of the technical points here a little bit earlier on. And look, in some respects, it'd be helpful for an officer just to present the sort of technicalities of what we're actually asking ourselves to do today. When I read the Scrutiny report, they were suggesting that the cost difference between doing the work between option A and option B is very little difference in doing that work. So whether we will do above ground or below ground, we have to do the next study. It's part of the mechanism that the Treasury and the Department for Transport will require of us. I think what you'll find, if we haven't presented the cost for option B, it will be only a little bit less than the costs for option A. The work has to be done. I understand your point about whether it needs to be in or needs to be out. I just think for the sake of probably 10, 20,000, 30,000 pounds worth of difference to protect yourself from future challenges, I think that it's an investment that is worthwhile making. The extra 10 to 20, 30,000 pounds at this stage, it protects you from the advice and the concerns that your legal officer have given you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. The point well made. Claire.
I just want to say here that, once again, we're getting bogged down in an argument about underground versus overground, and that's not what this is about. I want to echo what Richard is just saying, that for the sake of a very small amount of money, we are providing protection and protection against massive delays later on in the project. And that's what we should be doing as responsible representatives of our local residents. We're talking here, this potentially, whatever the figures will come out to be, and you know, we all know things change over the years, but it's going to be a huge amount of money. We do not want to get a scheme that is not deliverable, because it won't realise any of the benefits that we need, and it will cost local taxpayers huge amounts of money. Richard, I think, has spelt it out extremely clearly. I think the legal officers have spelt it out extremely clearly. This is not about underground versus overground. My own scepticism about underground, about going fully underground, is on the record. This is not about that. This is about protecting ourselves from future legal challenge. And that is why I would now like to move that we move option A as it is.
Okay, anyone else want to speak who hasn't spoken so far or about it? Okay.
Just very quickly to endorse what Richard said, our report does make it clear, I didn't mention it earlier, that we were assured by officers that the marginal cost and time of option A is small, and therefore, given the legal advice, we were assured that that was probably a wise option.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, look, I think we're going around in circles a little bit. So we've got the original motion in front of us, recommendation 4, option A. So those, you've moved it, yeah. So second, thank you very much indeed. Okay, those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against? Thank you, that falls. Okay, we now move to recommendation 4, option B. Anyone wish to propose? Or I'll propose it. Anyone wish to second? No? Okay, that falls in that case. And then recommendation 4, option C. Anyone wish to propose? Or I'll propose it. Anyone wish to second? No? Okay, that falls as well. Okay, we now move to recommendation 5. Does anyone wish to speak to this? No? Yes? No? Okay. Marvin, do you wish to speak? No, okay, thank you. Claire? No, okay, thank you very much indeed. In that case, in terms of recommendation 5, those in favour, please show. Thank you. That's carried. Thank you very much. Recommendation 6. Anyone wish to speak to this? No. Those in favour, please show. Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Right, we're on item 15, which is the BSIP. Okay, well, this report gives an update to the Bus Services Improvement Plan. BSIP funding was bid for and won by our region for use for a wide range of initiatives. The government specifically said at the time we won this funding that it was for new and innovative initiatives only. We have invested in many ways, including the £2 flat fare for adults and £1 for children, which I'm proud we implemented in Bristol and Bath ahead of the national initiative. In enhancing services to create turn-up-and-go frequencies in part of Bristol and in 15-minute frequencies in more of our market towns. The key idea is to grow passenger numbers, not continuing services that need ongoing financial support. This is what the transport levy is provided for. Late in the day, the government introduced some flexibility in the use of BSIP funding. The committee report shows the expert work carried out on what is an effective way to spend that cash. This shows that fares initiatives are ranked first, enhanced services are ranked second, thirdly, DRT, and then passenger experience is ranked fourth, and new services are ranked fifth. That is why I believe it to be so vital that we focus on initiatives to grow passenger numbers as the only way to have a long-term sustainable network. I know councils have challenges with buses they support, and I certainly empathise with the challenges they face financially with the lack of central government funding for statutory responsibilities, and never mind anything else. The report also outlines an extra £1.1 million for supported services. This is money for supported buses only. I'm proposing a new formula to choose where the money is best spent to be informed by a citizens' panel. I'm proposing an additional £0.5 million from BSIP for additional new services which could go on to become profitable and would welcome evidence-based suggestions on where these should be. Can I ask if there's a seconder? I've moved that, so is there a seconder, please? Kevin. If you second that, then we've got that situation.
No, wait a minute, no, I'm seconding with an amendment.
Okay, go on then. What's your amendment?
Yeah, happy to go through that now. So I'm just gathering my...
Is it in writing?
It is in writing.
Yeah, great.
The Chief Executive has it, and
He's
so
got
does the
it,
Monitoring
fantastic.
Officer. So the West of England is a combined authority, Dan, and should work collaboratively and not as an autocracy, which is interesting to see with the last item that's just happened. So I think it's really important for me to say that. We in this committee have been tasked by Grant Thornton and Solace Reports to work together in a collaborative team manner. And interestingly, yourself and Marvin have mentioned a bit about Andy Burnham and Greater Manchester. And I'd just like to quote what he said. We are at our best when we make decisions where the team is with us and the 10, meaning the local authorities, have all said, OK, this is the right direction to travel. Because the great strength of Greater Manchester system is if you can agree with everybody, the whole city region then moves in that direction, and it becomes a really powerful thing. So I'd just like us to think about that. Our differences of opinion do not matter to our residents, who are thoroughly fed up with what they see as political infighting. Our experiences and our own authorities is that it is important to bring all of our councillors along with us in making decisions. We can achieve more for our residents when we work together rather than an adversarial approach which is corrosive to public trust. The team is always greater, Dan, than the sum of its parts. The task before us today is to produce an effective bus network, and we have the opportunity with the surplus bus service improvement plan funds to resolve some of the problems caused by the recent loss of local buses, as well as providing some of the services that are more accessible for some of the youngest and most vulnerable residents in our society. My colleagues from South Gloucestershire, Bristol, North Somerset and I have worked together to agree at the most valuable ways for our residents and with their additional funds to see this happen, and contributions to supported bus services as far as our tightly stretched budgets permit. Baines residents giving up their time for free helped my officers develop a plan for a more cost-effective way to restore the former supported bus routes in North and East North Somerset. One that would ensure future success for WECA's new West Link demand response transport service that we heard earlier, which I personally support, but has significant inadequacies. With local campaigners and with the bus industry experts, we have put together a report that you have had since the 11th of July and have yet to respond to this report. That's 3 months, Dan, you've had to respond to that report. In the meantime, 40,000 of my residents continue to be affected by the loss of rural bus services. That's 40,000 people who are newly unable to access education, work or essential services by bus. Over 1,000 people of whom now signed a petition for better buses. We've had our plan on your desk since July, and you've had up to £7 million of spare to spend specifically on buses. You could fix this tomorrow, but instead of helping them, your office commissions expensive consultation reports designed to demonstrate the residents' concerns are a low priority. That is why this afternoon I am moving an amendment that this poorly thought out proposal, which, as usual for WECA, has been designed in complete isolation for the local authorities who know their residents best and their needs. The amendment for recommendation 1 in the paper reads as follows. The committee notes that the current spend trajectory of bus service improvement plan forecasts an underspend, and that the £500,000 to £1 million likely to be available to support bus services through the local transport fund. The committee resolves that the underspend of BSIP and LTF should be transparently allocated to best service for residents of the West of England, including fair reductions in the priorities of vulnerable groups, including care leavers and apprentices, more funding for enhanced services within the urban area that are likely to become commercially viable, new bus services to provide vital connections to communities in the West of England that now cannot access essential services such as healthcare, employment and education. The committee resolves that the decision about how to allocate BSIP, underspend and LTF should be taken by the committee at the next available meeting, and requests that the Chief Executive of the West of England Combined Authority ensures that proposals are co-produced by officers of all the unitary authorities, including North Somerset and the Combined Authority. I so move the amendment.
Kevin, thank you for that. Okay, would you mind if we stop for 5 minutes so I can have a look at that, so I can read what you're proposing and talk to my colleagues about that and talk to your guys as well, and hopefully we can find some way through. So let's see what it's about. Thank you. Let's hold off. you needed to go out then and have a chat, so thank you for your forbearance as we did that. Okay, right. We have... Sorry? Can I just check who seconded the previous motion? Marvin, okay, thank you, Marvin. Okay, right. So we're now at a place where we're looking at recommendation 1, I understand. Is that right, or is it the main overall motion, Stan? Just remind me. I'm slightly lost. Sorry, you're doing something. Slightly anxious that we get this wrong. Okay, so can we, therefore, we've had a proposal and a seconder. All... Oh, sorry.
Was I voting on the amendment, on the proposed amendment to the motion?
Okay, right, thank you. Sorry about this. Okay, so we've got this amendment. So we've had a proposer, a seconder. Those in favour of the... Oh, okay, sorry, quite right. Claire, go on.
Well, I don't know if Kevin wanted to speak first on seconding. I'm not sure you've done that. Sorry.
Why don't you go ahead? And I don't think the order's terribly important.
Okay. So I just want to make a point here. We had advice from our monitoring officers that indicated that the delegation relied upon in the report to implement changes to the funding timelines and to move funding around between the projects within the programme as set out does not cover these changes. And on that basis, we asked for the report to be delayed so that the appropriate delegations could be included to enable us to collectively deliver the programme. And I would just like to ask the monitoring officer to comment on that position and put that on the public record. And then I'd like to say some more, but probably...
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. My first observation, without wanting to be too territorial, of course, is that I'm the monitoring officer for the Combined Authority. I did receive, late last night, notice that the monitoring officers for the unitary authorities had a view on the delegation. And I had a quick look at it in the time available to me, and I wasn't persuaded that that view was correct. So I'd welcome the opportunity to discuss that further with them. But if the question now is, does the existing delegation cover what's proposed? My view and advice is that yes, it currently does. I appreciate the unitary authority monitoring officers have a different view. I've not had an opportunity to consider that fully with them, but that's my advice at the time, for the time being.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I would say in support of the proposed amendment, we need to remember that according to the official government statistics, the English indices of deprivation, South Gloucestershire has some of the most deprived areas nationally in terms of geographical barriers to services, with some of our rural areas falling within the most deprived 2% of areas in England. So ensuring that our residents have access to healthcare, employment and education is essential, and that's why I support the amendment, because it requests that a full underspend on BSIP, the LTF and the future supported services can be considered in the round. And there needs to be an agreed balanced approach which seeks to deliver the maximum benefit to all types of communities, rural and urban, while still delivering value for money. And I'd just like to make one final point, which not particularly on the amendment, but just a separate point I wish to make. Clearly, the issue of bus franchising has engaged public speakers over recent meetings. As the CEO will be aware, we have requested that a paper come forward to this committee on bus franchising without success. Can I ask, therefore, that an options paper on bus franchising is considered by the committee at its next meeting? Thank you.
Okay, Claire, thank you for that. Well, we'll certainly consider that. I have to say that franchising is incredibly complex. Our situation is very different to other parts of the country. Our constitution is also quite restrictive in terms of lots of things. So we will endeavour to bring that report to the next Combined Authority meeting if we possibly can. But I frankly doubt that that will be possible, but we will bring it to a committee as soon as we can without me promising that it will be the next one. Okay, right. In that case, we've got the amendment, we've got a seconder, we've had people speak. Does anyone else wish to speak to it, Kevin? No? Marvin, would you like to speak?
I mean, just on the points overall, just to emphasise the importance of transparency, as highlighted by the Grant Thornton Audit and Solace report. And our relationships. I think one of the challenges for us is that this meeting at this moment in time is not happening in an abstract. It is happening with a history that's obviously documented and that led to a review and a whole set of recommendations in which we need to improve trust, the quality of our working relationships. So that's really important for us to be on top of, particularly as we look at what happens with this underspend from the birthday bus programme, that us getting involved in those decision-making processes. I just mentioned a point on the citizens panel as well. And we have run citizens panel, and they're not without challenges. Obviously, they're great tools of engagement, and authorities have run them very well. But I would also suggest that actually all of our authorities would have forums, but that will bring in the voice of people without necessarily setting up a whole new structure at time and great expense. I suggest working with, as a number of our councillors are constantly lobbying on bus routes in their areas, so there's a pool of embedded knowledge right there. We have people like Dave Redwell. In Bristol, we have a transport board as well. So do make use of the channels that we already have to be able to draw on that local expertise to feed into decision making, as we go. And what we have done, and I think it's really important that we use this combined authority space to take this challenge on. We said earlier on, we want to respect the fact that there is a real challenge around public transport connectivity for rural communities and some of our villages. There's also a challenge for urban communities, and we've heard that. And just as I went out to get a snack earlier on, someone in from Long Ashton was just saying they've lost their bus, and obviously they were on that today. We have to find a way of working across our boundaries. This is the best forum to do that, to make sure we're respecting each of our challenges and coming up with a solution. It won't all be done in the next few months, but we've got to have a plan that goes over a course of time to make sure that we're getting the best we possibly can for the people who live in our patch.
Okay, thank you very much, Marvin. Kevin.
Yeah, just to sum up, thank you, Dan. For clarification, you've had a plan on your desk since July, which allows for a lot of the people that were talking today to formulate a bus route, which over time, talking to experts, would become commercially viable. So we're talking short-term financing routes that are loss making, but on the long term should, if they're managed correctly, be affordable. So we'll just be clear here. If you're not supporting the amendment, you are choosing to abandon those routes and those people to support your DRT scheme. Okay, so just be very clear. If you're not supporting this amendment, you are abandoning those individuals.
Okay, Kevin, I don't accept your analysis, but thank you for that. Okay. Right, we've got an amendment in front of us. I think we've all had a chance to speak on it. Claire, you're content because you had a few questions, so you're sorted. Okay, that's great. In that case, those in favour of the amendment, please show. Those against, so that amendment falls. Okay, now Dan, just remind me where we are now. We're going back to the substantive proposal. So, okay. So it's the different. So that's just the whole caboodle rather than the individual recommendations.
You can move it that way.
I can move it individually. Okay, do you mind if I go through the individual recommendations? Because I want to be clear about this because it's got a bit difficult. Okay, in that case, we've got some recommendations in front of us, 1, 2 and 3. So if we go to recommendation 1, those are already...
Chair, I think we might just need to have a little chat with our team here in light of the amendment.
That's absolutely fine, because I would appreciate that.
Unfortunately. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that'd be good. Thank you. 3 recommendations in front of us. Now, I understand that we should have agreement to change the wording slightly to recommendation 2, so that it reads now, recommendation 2, to note the setup of a citizens panel to help shape, etc. Is that agreed? Can you put your hands up? We're all happy about that, if you agreed to that? The word changing?
Change it to note, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And then all those recommendations, 1, 2 and 3, with 2 as amended, are to be noted. All those in favour of noting it, let's just do that. We note it, yeah, it's done. Don't even need to vote on it. Happy? Yeah, okay, we got there. Thank you very much. Right. Item 16, Transformation Programme and Regional Strategy Update. I'd now like to move the recommendation as set out in the report. Can I please call for a seconder? Thank you, Kevin. Do you want to speak on this, Kevin? Anybody else wish to speak on it? No? Okay. In that case... Oh, sorry, Claire. Sorry, I missed you. Apologies, my fault.
Just very briefly, as it stands, there isn't much information in the papers on which to comment. We've only got a 3-page summary note. But I would be very interested to know what the strategy will say around climate resilience as well as climate mitigation, as resilience to future climate change will undoubtedly be one of the biggest challenges our region and our communities will face. Particularly, I'm saying that as a, obviously our authority has a lengthy coastline.
Absolutely. Good point. Very good point. Okay, so we've got in front of us, if no one else wants to add any further comment, we've got in front of us 2 recommendations which we're being asked to note. Is that noted? Thank you. Item 17, Senior Statutory Appointments. This paper seeks the committee's formal endorsement of the appointment of an interim director of investment and corporate services, known as a Section 73 officer, of course. I would now like to move the recommendations as set out in the report. Can I call for a seconder, please? Kevin and Claire, thank you very much. Do any members wish to speak on this one? Kevin.
Very briefly, I'd just like to point out that obviously having interims is very expensive and we need to limit the time in which we have interims. So I'm pleased that we're moving to an employment committee a week on Monday, I believe, to move things forward. But obviously the less taxpayers' money spent on interim appointments, the better.
Hear, hear. Absolutely right. Okay. So there's one recommendation. All those in favour, please show. That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
I had something just on that.
Sorry, Marvin, did you?
That's all. Again, in light of the earlier conversation we were having about our ability to attract inward investment, the sooner we bring solidity to the Combined Authority with permanent appointments and have that predictability and certainty, the stronger will our ability be to bring in the scale of investment we need.
Thank you, Marvin. It's a point you made often, and thank you for doing that again. Okay, we're now moving to item 18. This is the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority and Mayoral Budget Forecast 23-24 report. I would now like to move the recommendation as set out in the report. Can I call for a seconder, please? Thank you. Seconding, Claire. Thank you very much. Does any member wish to speak to this? No. No votes are required, so I assume members note that recommendation. Thank you very much indeed, or the recommendations rather. Item 19, the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority Audit Committee Annual Report. This is the first time the annual report has been presented to committee, and I would now like to move the recommendation as set out in the report. Can I call for a seconder, please? Thanks again, Kevin. Does anyone wish to speak on this? No, no. In that case, it's a paper to note. Is that noted? Thank you very, very much indeed. To the relief of the public, no doubt, the meeting is now coming to a close. That concludes our business today. Thank you, everyone, for attending, both in person and online. Thank you. Just Robbie, okay.